Yeah, so welcome everyone. We are going to start the Living Lab networking event, and the opening it's on our Vice Director for Transfer, Innovation and Entrepreneurship. So Federico, if you're... Thanks.
Hola a todos. Good morning, everybody. Dear colleagues, it's a real pleasure to welcome you today to our beloved city of Salamanca, a place of heritage, learning, and international dialogue. I also extend a warm greeting to those joining us online from across Europe. We are especially proud to host this event here at the Centro Internacional del Español, one of the most emblematic buildings of our university, as a symbol of our long-standing commitment to culture and global cooperation. It is a true honor to welcome you on behalf of the University of Salamanca to this Living Lab networking event of the EC2U Alliance. I sincerely thank all of the participants, representatives of universities, institutions, and civic organizations for your presence to building a more innovative Europe. The EC2U Alliance is one of the examples of the transformative power of European innovation. Within the shared vision, Living Labs play a key role. They allow us to experiment, co-create, and transfer knowledge in real-life setting through inclusive, interdisciplinary, and community-driven approaches. This event is particularly meaningful for us to two reasons. Firstly, it helps us to grow up the new world of Living Lab with EC2U Alliance ecosystem, and secondly, it gives us the opportunity to highlight the work career of under Package 9, World Package 9, the Innovation Hub, which the Universities of Salamanca has the honor to lead. At the University of Salamanca, we believe in a model of knowledge transfer that is not only efficient, but also inclusive, participatory, and socially transformative. Our mission is clear: to create real impact, bridge science and society, and reinforce the role of universities as key drivers of change. Throughout these 2 days, we will connect diverse experiences and open up new avenues for cooperation. This approach, aligning perfectly with the spirit of EC2U, is reflect the Alliance course ambition to connect our universities more deeply, to bridge knowledge and action, and to build an European innovation ecosystem that is not only excellent in science, but also inclusive, open, and human-oriented. In this event, we are not only discussing methodologies, we are also sharing visions. We are testing ideas together, and we are building the foundation for innovation that is sustainable, democratic, and impactful. We are living in a historic moment for our university. For the first time in Spain, the legal framework officially recognized living labs, laboratorios vivientes, as essential spaces for education, research, and innovation. In May 2025, the Spanish Parliament approved a modification to organic law, Ley Orgánica del Sistema Universitario Español, LOSU. In this Article 9, en el artículo 9, includes these experimental spaces as an official category of academic and research space, es decir, un sistema concreto de reconocimiento legal del Living Lab como laboratorio viviente. It expands the traditional role of universities and reinforces the third mission of the university, to transfer knowledge and connect with real society through co-creation, citizen participation, and the testing of real solutions for the society. I invite all of you to take full advantage of this event in Salamanca to connect, to collaborate, and to build lasting and meaningful partnership to will continue to enrich EC2U Alliance. This is not just a new world of university, it's a living, evolving community of people and cities committed to building a more inclusive, sustainable, and participatory Europe. Thank you to everyone who has made this possible. Gracias a todas las personas que habéis hecho esto posible. Thank you for being here. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. And I wish you a productive and inspiring event. Y os deseo a todos un productivo y un inspirador evento. Sin más, thank you very much for your attention and let's go to this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Frederic. So now, now before I pass on to Professor Santiago, before I pass on to Professor Santiago, I wanted to briefly go through the agenda of the day. So we have a lineup for who's already here. So first we have a keynote speaker by Professor Santiago here next to me. He's the director of the Institute of Studies for Science and Technology at our university, and he has a long-standing interest in the studies that drive economic growth from science. And then we'll have someone from the unit, the culture, culture and scientific culture and innovation unit, Berta, which will tell us about the plans for living labs at the University of Salamanca. Then we'll have someone connecting from Coimbra, our good friend Angela. That she will tell us about the project Shift Coimbra, which we are participating as university and as city, and which is actually, you'll see, participatory. So an example of a different type of names, and that's actually this is a purpose of the meeting today, which is basically develop knowledge of what different living labs are and what do exist. This is the idea behind it. Then we'll have our good friend Claudia that came from Lens all the way here. Thank you very much, Claudia, for being here. And she's on a sustainable transformation lab, and she will tell us a bit about their projects there. And then I'm going to talk about our efforts in Salamanca of develop our living labs. And then we'll have online talks. After coffee, after our two talks, Claudia and mine, we'll have Carla Gonzalez from the Air Institute, and she will tell us about soil and farms for climate, so rural living labs and their two projects. And then again, also on the theme of rural, Joaquim Macedo, also from Panela, Coimbra, they'll have a smart YESE, which is a smart rural lab. Very interesting events there happening, so it will be very, very good to have Joaquin. And then we'll end up before lunch with Patricia, telling us about entrepreneurship in Yash. Okay, so without further ado, I'll let Professor Santiago Santi.
¿Estar now or in 8:30? No. Directly, yes? Okay. How I connected the presentation?
Just do the presentation there, like you were
Yes.
speaking there.
But isn't in the...
Yeah, they will pass it.
Okay.
You go and
I can use it. Okay.
No,
Okay.
ya está.
Ah,
Lo
okay.
tiene. Y
Now
lo pasa.
it's in this, okay?
Ujú.
También no puede pasar. This. Okay. Welcome everybody, and it's a pleasure for me to start this meeting of the EC2U. For me, this question, what is a living lab, is a long history because my presentation is this. Sorry to the person online. Okay. Now it's working. Okay. I like to start with the first idea that perhaps 20 or 25 years ago, in this university, we started with the living labs, but at this moment don't use this name and use the name of Media Lab. Okay. This presentation, this communication is a communication that speaks about our local experience and has a global perspective of what is a living lab in our moment in the world. I think that I have time to speak of four different points. One is what is an innovative ecosystem, because a living lab is a part always of an innovation ecosystem. Second, I like to speak about the deep stream. What is deep stream? Deep stream is the situation that we have now when a lot of persons in the society not exactly hate, but have a strong rejection of the science. Okay. Third, I like to speak about the complicated relationship between the firms in an ecosystem, an innovative ecosystem, and the open. The open is the university, is the person, is the people, is the citizen, and now we have a very special moment. And finally, I like to speak about the old times, the first living labs in the world, in the probably in UK, in England, during the 13th century. Okay, then the first step. Open innovation system. I put open the first because it isn't necessary that one innovation system always need to be open. Why? Because in the ecosystem we can have transfer office, pre-incubators, incubators, science or technology parks, technology centers, laboratories, seed capital firms. But innovation ecosystem works perfectly if don't have a living lab. But normally, a living lab is emerged inside of this ecosystem. Where is the point of a start of living lab? Normally is the Science and Technology Communication Unit or a Science Culture Units. Why? Because in this part or in this unit of the universities, there are a lot of people that think that it's very important the relationship with the citizen and the engagement process of the citizen with the science. This is very important because if we don't have the connection, the relationship with the citizen, then we've had a lot of problems because this is the point that we need for start a living lab. Why is relevant then a scientific culture units? Because all culture has three components: the knowledge, the values, and the experience. And the most important of these three components of the old type of culture, included a science culture, is the values. Sometimes we can have a lot of knowledge about different tools and different laws and knowledge about the science, but if don't have the idea that we need to understand the scientific method to see all our problems, the social problems and the scientific problems, then the knowledge is nothing, okay? And the second question is that we need a space where to have the experience with the science. And these two questions, the values, the transfer of these values and the participate of the citizen in the science is first in the units of communication. When the units of communication are good and work perfectly, we have the social engagement of the citizen, obviously, with the science. This probably is the principal strategy, and we can see this strategy for the science in UNESCO and in the American Association for Advance of Science, that in both cases has a very good programs of engagement of the society with the science. Okay, let me start in 1990 here in Salamanca. This picture is about our media lab. Then we have a lot of, in the first picture, we have a lot of young people that have several meetings or groups and discuss about the problems or the target or something similar. And in the second picture, we have the manipulation and the real lab, the real laboratory with an experience. In the first, we have the communication of the values, and in the second, we have the experience with the science and the possibility to make different artifacts with this knowledge. We can see this from another perspective in these two pictures. In the first is the process of communication and the relationship of the persons, and in the second is exactly this process of the manipulation and the working with the objects and the co-creation between experts with citizens, obviously with students and all the parts of the society. In fact, in the first picture is a meeting that we had the supporter of the support of the several firms of the city here in Salamanca. But here there another thing important, that is the technology, the frame of technology, because this process of the living lab is very easy because we have the digital technology. When we use another old technologies, industrial technologies like mechanical or engines, or motor engines, or several another technologies, the living lab, the co-creation is complicated, but with the digital technology is very easy. Then we don't forget this important aspect of the living labs. Now we like to speak about the second problem, the problem of the deep stream. What happened in this case? We have a lot of reference of the several modes, several forms of organization of the science. First, we have the big science, the program of the USA with Vannevar Bush about the possibility to create agencies, very big agencies for space, for health, for another target of the government with the society, with a lot of money, with special programs. The framework is exactly the same in USA in this period, and now with problems, and in Europe all the system is based in the general programs. For example, here in Europe, the frame programs for the number 1 to the recent 2013. Okay, this model now is present, but have a serious problem, that is this question of the deep stream. Let me first to speak about the mode 2, or the technoscience. The technoscience really is the science in the firms, and in the firms with the administration, and in the firms sometimes with the citizens. Normally, the participation of the citizen with the technoscience is in programs of health, when the citizen with a special problem or with a special discapacity participate with insights and experience with the firms. Okay, But normally, the technoscience is very, very close and depend of another target, like the patents, cells, special programs with the state about the armament and programs similar. Okay. Finally, we have another the situation of the possibility that now we have between the science academy, the different research center, and obviously the university with the citizens. Obviously, we have three important aspects in this new situation that really is a situation that starts at the end of the 20th century. That is, the center is the citizen. The tools is the open science, and probably the relationship between the society, the firms, and the academy is the co-creation, but on the same level and with a hierarchy structure. But in these three columns, we have a serious problem, that is the change of the social perception of the science. In the last interviews and studies of the perception of the social perception about the science, we have a new and very dangerous opinion against of the science. This probably has a final problem, that is why the question that the person that are in this mentality is why the state need to give funds to the science. Probably, but all us, this question don't have any sense, but is a very, very, very common question outside in the society. For example, imagine the system of the recruitment of the young fellows, postdoc, predoc, all the person of the universities and the research center in 20 years. In a situation that we don't have the support of the state. Probably all the system that we have now go to the collapse. It's probably that we think that this is a crazy perspective, but remember that is the real situation now in several points of the system in USA and in another countries before, and probably in another countries in the next years. Imagine then, from the perspective of this danger of collapse, that the living labs, the open science, is really a deal of the science, the academy, with the citizens, with the society. Probably this is my first conclusion, that is, obviously we can understand that we need a space that we can say this is our living lab, okay? But the important thing that is a living lab is a concept, is a part of the culture of the science. And in this aspect of the living lab, this living lab is really a deal with the society and the academy. And obviously with the rules that we can see before, that is open science, co-creation, and a very, very, very good opportunity to work with the firms, with the citizens, and with the academy. Then for this, we need a lot of trust in these three agents. But we need another deal in these living labs. If I return to here, we have the problem of the techno-science, the firms, and the open science. This problem of the relationship is because in the techno-science, in the firms, we have the culture of the innovation, and the culture of innovation have a very, very strong base, that is the property rights. And the property rights are a very serious thing for the firms. The patents, the property of the industrial production, standards, and all the things that is very important for the firms because it's intangible knowledge and tangible goods that are very important for the firm. And in another side, we have the culture of the science. The culture of the science is open, participate, and is with the connection of the society. Not always, obviously, but normally, yes. Why? Because when we make science, when we realize one experiment or make a publication in an article, we like to open this knowledge to the society. Okay. In the fence, we and the owners of the fence like normally to close the knowledge to the society. Then, in a living lab, is a possibility to make a cross between these two cultures. One with the co-creation from the living labs or the science culture, and in another part, the property rights for this connection with the both culture. Then, the second conclusion is that a living lab is a deal between the academy and the firms, because when I started, if I remember, explained that we can have an innovation ecosystem without living labs, but remember, in the situation with the problems of the change of the perception of the society regarding to the values of the scientific work, we have the problem to continue with the science, and we continue with the funds for the science. We have two possibilities of funds of the science. One is the firms and another the state or the government. But probably in the next years, the living labs will be a point of the relationship between the firms, the society, and the general administration of the government or the state. Okay. Now let me speak about this picture. This picture is the different plots of a field of the near to Salamanca in the province of Palencia, and is in the living lab or experimental field that use this center of research or center of the innovation, and each plot is very, very, very little, probably only 2 meters by 1, okay? In this experimental small plot, the society or the firms or the academy or the research group experiment different forms of varieties of vegetables. Experimental on small plots of the land with new plants and varieties is a very typical form of to start the living labs. When we began this attitude or this process in the society, in the 13th century, normally the agriculture was in the open fields, without enclosure, without any limits of the property of each owner. The open fields is completely open to the different members of the society, of the community near to the fields. In the area of Norfolk, more or less very close to Oxford and the middle of the England, in the 13th century, we have the first experiment, the open experiment, for to use the knowledge in a special space of land. Remember that in this moment of the humanity, the problems with the productivity was very, very high, because the productivity in this moment was very low. Then use a part of the land for experiment, in fact, is a question very serious for the future of this community. And of course, we in this moment, this community discuss about if possible to use this part for during a long period is to make experience with new products or new varieties of the different plants. In this case, any person of this community give work and give land, don't use one land of this field for to carry out experiments about these new plants. Remember that in this period is the development of the turnips and the clovers, like now in the present moment. In the old times, the turnips was very, very little, and now we have turnips very, very high. Then the possibility to give to the old population new products with very good possibility to use this new product for a huge number of persons, change the world. In this moment, in England, probably have 6 or 7 million of persons. Here in Spain, probably is the same number of population, and in France, similar. Okay, but 2 centuries after, the situation was completely different. In England, they had 40 million. Here in Spain only 15, and in France 20-25. The difference between 3 nations was the possibility to eat the new products of the fields and the new products fruit of the experiments in places like Norfolk and others in the continent, especially in the Holland. Okay, and I finish, and we speak about we speak during half hour, and now I think that the best thing is open to the audience to the question. Okay.
Exactly, Santiago. Thank you very much for the reflection on the history of living labs and actually the economic consequences for the progress of science and so on. So I would like to see if someone online has a question or wants to open the mic, and if we can let the audio open, or at least see if there's some question from the audience.
Come on, in the pages.
And what about here? So if we can see. So what do you think the importance of living labs now and the efforts and for us?
Come on, it's the moment to make something with the possibility to answer to the teacher.
Santi, picking up on the news that Federico brought us here, which is the change at the organic law and the possibility of having living labs. would you think those should be structurally funded? Do you think those will end up at the Spanish situation and in the consideration of European situation? One of the main things to put the discussion forward and mainly also open it up is that financing of these structures or activities or places is project based, and a lot of this has to be built with time and not only based on projects but based on structures that have to be. Do you think the law does really reflect any ideas on this, or is this just a push from Europe to change our law and we'll see what's happening?
The answer has two possibilities. First, this attitude of the Spanish government or the Spanish state is special. No, because in fact is in all Europe, not exactly all Europe, but in our countries near to the same idea that the important role of the science is the same. Okay, then the Spanish government is a continuation of the strategy of Europe. But the second question is, there anything special in the attitude of the Spanish government? I think that yes, okay, because probably during the COVID, during the pandemic, Spain had a very serious problem of don't have any assigned framework where to study the problem seriously. And this lesson was very important for the first period of the government. And then in this period, start with the 3 or 4 laws and that Federico speak about, these different laws, that change the perception that has the government with respect to the organization of the university. 10 or 20 years ago, normally the relation of the government with the universities and the center is, okay, I am here, I give the funds. But now, with these laws, say, but with money of from Europe, I am here with the money of Europe, and it's possible to give for your project, but I need that all universities change the perception about the relation with the society and the relation with the firms. Obviously, the first step was at the end of the 20th century with the transfer office. The second was at the beginning of the 21st century with the units of the communication of the science. But now the third step is this precisely the development of the living labs inside a very strong structure on the universities, the office of transfer and exchange with the knowledge with the society. Then my answer is yes, and probably don't have a serious problem with the funds, but the world are changing.
It looks like we orchestrated this because you ended up on my next question. And the next question is, so Living Labs, like you started your talk with, started from actually here in Salamanca from the unit of the scientific culture and so on. This is kind of the norm, or of the few examples that are living in Spain and in the region. It also started from there, and normally from south of Europe, that's what happens. In a few decades before, we did some time before, like you say, they started from tech transfer offices, and then basically, is one way better than the other? Does one engages better than the other with people, with citizens? And is there or is the third path which is best? So basically, that's the thing, how Northern Europeans did it in a way to start with, how South Europeans did it after, and if we're pushed into some other avenue. Do you have any idea on that?
Okay. I suppose that our friends from Turku, Umeå,
their own holidays,
and another Lind and another university are in the online or probably listen this conference. First, they are different because the scientific culture in the south, especially in Spain, is very recently. Okay, in fact, our system of the university only have, with a modern perspective, half century. Started with the democracy. The university before the democracy isn't a scientific university. And obviously our population, our citizens, don't have the alone experience to work and think with a scientific method. Then this changes the perception of the society with respect to the science. But when you arrive to this culture early, it's easy to make one living lab and other things. But when you arrive very, very late, like Spain, sometimes we have the opportunity to make new forms of relation. And you have the opportunity to make the first step of the connection between the society and the firms and the academy. In this aspect, the media lab, the units of the communication, now the living labs, has a serious problem of stability. In fact, the example of the Salamanca is very clear. We start 20 years ago, but stop. We start 15 years ago and stop. Why? Because in fact, of the university, not all agents, not all teachers, not all professors, not all researchers has the mentality that they need to communicate a science, and don't have the idea that need to give to the society a possibility to understand the world where living this society. Then we need little to change this mentality. Then the final question is, in the south of Europe, we have problems with the stability of these living labs. But when you have the problems with the stability, you have the good opportunities to make new things. Okay.
Santiago, since Angela and George are online and have put the questions, I'm going to try to put something technical here and a challenge of our technical guys, and try to open their mics and open their faces on camera, and if they're in Zoom, if they can, put them on the screen, on the big screen here, so everyone knows. Can I try that? Yeah, and then I'll pass on to you. Okay, I wanted to try that. If the guys, can you help me to do that so the people in Zoom can be on screen or not? Ricardo, ¿puedes poner la gente que está en Zoom ahí en el? Dice no. If not, I'll do the question myself. So basically, the question from Angela, and I can read it, but I would like still that Angela can do that herself.
But Angela writes the.
So, yeah, there is a delay, but there we go. Here we go. So you're on screen.
Yes.
So you're on screen.
Okay, thank you. So my question to Santiago is about if it's possible for him to discuss the emerging organizational models of living labs, such as public-private partnerships and community-driven living labs, or even digital or virtual living labs that put out this pressure of financing. And in that sense, if it's one of the biggest challenges is that the rise from this shift in how the universities can adapt to these new models and how they can benefit from them.
Fantastic guys from the communication here to do this, and we're trying also the room, which is the first time. So thank you, Angela, for waiting, and George,
Okay.
Santiago.
Okay. Thank you, Angela. It's complicated to make a perfect model of the living lab. Okay, and it's complicated. We have 4, sometimes 5 different agents, but I always say the same. The living lab is a place of trust, and the trust is very, very near, very close the mentality of the academy. I have a lot of experience that meetings or in a round table with the firms, person of the administration, several colleagues of different departments of research, and always happen the same. Sometimes the perspective of the firms is very, very not the rejection of the situation, but don't have an open mind and don't have a trust of in the different agent. And when speak the researcher, when speak the typical teacher of the university, the situation completely. And then we have a situation of the trust between all different agents. Then we can, I don't have the system of the of the recipe for make a perfect living lab. We need to put on the table the trust for all participants, because when they speak in this center or this space like a living lab, normally the university gives this trust to the firms and to the central administration or local administration. But I don't have a very good answer for your question. It's only a concept, okay? You need trust is my final answer for you.
Santiago, thank you. I think we have a few minutes, and I would like to, because George Figueira is also a WP9 member, and he has always very relevant questions, and the one that he adds on top of the one Angela is that if we have an opportunity, if we have George, can you try here you go, George.
Yeah. Hello, buenos días, Salamanca. ¿Me oye?
Buenos
días.
Yes. Hello, good morning. Thank you, Santiago, for your presentation. So I was just commenting on the chat if the Living Labs is not a good opportunity, particularly for Spain and Portugal, to capture foreign direct investment. I mean, to use spin-off companies in the very early stage to land on the Living Labs in Europe. I'm thinking particularly on Latin America, so Brazil and the Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America. To land in Europe using our Living Labs to test, to settle down, to validate, and then to expand to Europe. It could be also an opportunity for the Living Labs. What are your thoughts about it? Thanks.
Okay.
Adding to that as well, is that because we have an opportunity, especially of the changing environment in Europe and having the systems to adapt to the problems that are happening in the States right now. So between talent and attraction, but also investment. So money and people, always the same questions.
But finally, the problem of this is the attraction of the new people to the work in the university, and probably we have a very good opportunity to in place like Salamanca, very near to the agriculture activities, we have and in Latin America, we have a good opportunity to develop living labs very, very close to the agriculture and other activities. And for us, in fact, it's important because don't have people in this in our region, and it's probably not very high, but it's an opportunity to connect with the young people of the agricultural activities.
Thank you, and I guess we're getting on time, so we have a bit of a thank you very much, the audience. I think it worked very well. It was a good effort. Thank you, Ricardo, for on the box there. Thank you, Santiago, for the wonderful presentation. And I think it's now time to move on to Berta. I think we're on time, and that worked well. So, Berta, from the Unit of Scientific Culture and Innovation, thank you very much for accepting the invitation. Let's come and set up your presentation. Let's give a big welcome to Berta.
Thank you very much.
Sí, aquí está todo, aquí va a estar. Tienes aquí. Yes. Y ya está, y una vez que pones aquí. So, the floor is all yours.
I'm going to talk about the Media Lab project, which we will restart next academic year, which we are beginning to work on from the Scientific and Innovation Culture Unit. It's not by chance that we have decided to work on this project now. It aligns perfectly with the University of Salamanca Strategic Plan 2024-2030 and reflects our strong commitment to three fundamental pillars: innovation, knowledge transfer, and our involvement with society. Media Lab is part of a new global strategy for social knowledge transfer, which also includes Fab Lab and Scientific and Innovation Culture Unit. That's the reason why we are designing a specific strategy for Media Lab, taking advantage of our solid experience in similar activities such as scientific communication, citizen science, knowledge and research outreach. Media Lab USAL is designed as much more than a physical space. We want it to be the center where we activate both our university communities and the public general. Around what? Around the major debates that define our time: digitalization, open science, and social participation in knowledge construction. Our target audience are the university community, social organizations, creative groups, educational community, policymakers, and companies. This diversity is fundamental to the project's success because we understand that innovation comes from dialogue between different perspectives and knowledge systems. We live in an era of accelerated digital transformation. Media Lab USAL keeps in mind the concept of responsible research and innovation. This concept seeks more open science to reduce the gap between the scientific field and society, as Santiago mentioned before, to achieve more inclusive, transparent, and collaborative science. Our goal is not simply to program activities. We want to collectively build an active community, a community that asks the important questions. What kind of Media Lab do we really want? How can we make it truly useful? How do we ensure it is inclusive? And above all, how do we make it transformative? We have a long way ahead. Our long-term goal is to build an interdisciplinary university laboratory that serves as a meeting point between the university community and society around these topics: digital innovation, creativity, and collaborative learning. Now that you know the general vision, I'm going to explain how we'll structure our first 3 months of programming. Between October and December 2025, Media Lab USAL will organize a series of meetings with the aim of becoming a critical space and a place where we can reflect deeply on 3 key areas of contemporary knowledge: humanities, digital humanities, citizen science, and applied creativity for lab communication. The first area we want to comment is digital humanities. We will focus on how technologies radically transforming the ways of thinking and creating narratives. We won't simply stay at the level of using digital tools. That would be staying on the surface. what we really want is to reflect on something much deeper. What do this change means for culture, for memory, for knowledge itself? Media Lab Futsal is a space that comes from the intersection of knowledge, citizenship, and creativity. It is not a digital lab in a technical sense, but a place where digital tools become a topic for reflection, a critical tool, a way to create together. In the first sessions, we are going to think about digital humanities renewal or simulation. Represent a genuine renewal of humanistic thoughts, or are we facing a simulation and a simple adaptation? Digital tools allows us to address documentary collection, perform quantitative analysis of literary texts, create visualizations of historical data. But on the other hand, there is the risk of simulation. Are we simply digitizing archives, creating databases and calling that innovations? Are we adopting the language of technology without that really transforming our way of understanding the human conditions? This session seeks, with some experts, to critically examine this tension. We want to explore where genuine renewal is occurring and where we might be facing exercising in superficial adaptation. In our second sessions, we propose a critical reflection on something we often take for granted, the idea that the technology is neutral and that is inherently democratizing or liberating. This dominant narrative tells us that digital technologies are creating a world that is more connected, more equal, where information flows freely and opportunities multiply. But reality is much more complex. What we are saying is that digital technologies are reproducing inequalities and in many cases amplifying them. That's why we adopt two fundamental critical perspectives. First, the view from the Global South, which help us understand how colonial dynamics are being reproducing into digital sphere. And second, the perspective of feminists, especially cyberfeminists. This kind of feminists allow us to analyze how digital technologies are perpetuating gender violence and discriminatory biases. We will explore a fundamental question of our time. What memory survive in the digital age and which disappear forever? We live in what some call the information age, but paradoxically, we have never been so exposed to systematic forgetting. Every day, massive amounts of data are generated, millions of digital documents are created, and at the same time, every files are lost forever, accounts are deleted, and this is not accidental. Behind what is preserved and what is deleted, there are very specific decisions. Classification algorithms are not neutral. They reflect biases, very specific worldviews, and these biases determine what versions of a story are preserved, what voices are heard, and what knowledge is transmitted to future generations. That's why we think from Media Lab Futsal it's urgent we critically reflect on these processes. Because memory is not just the past, it's the foundation on we build our present and our future. This critical perspective is complemented by the citizen science approach, understood from the perspective of scientific culture. It's not just about bringing science closer to citizens, but about designing a media lab that it is useful to involve parties. This focus starts from a question that may seem simple, but it is revolutionary. How can society actively participate on research? Citizen science tell us fundamental questions. Why should scientific knowledge be monopolized by academic institutions? And why can't communities, patients, neighborhood residents also be legitimate producers of scientific knowledge? Citizen science is challenging the traditional hierarchies of knowledge. It's saying that expert knowledge is not the only valid kind. There is a special, community knowledge that also has scientific value. But this creates tensions because it implies redefining what we understand by scientific rigor, how we validate knowledge, how we ensure data quality, and it also means facing very deep institutional resistance. And we are going to reflection about this topic in several sessions. In the first meeting on citizen participation in research, we will unpack what we are really understanding by citizen science. Because a project where citizens simply collect data is not the same as one where they participate in research, design, and result interpretation. We will examine the different participation models and the institutional tensions they generate. Second, in the session on citizen science and health, we will focus on a particularly sensitive area, medicine. How to include patients' voices, not just as to the subject, but as co-researchers. How do we validate experiential knowledge about illness, and what ethical implication does this have? Finally, in the session on digital technologies and platforms, we will address the most practical aspects, the tools that make this participation is possible. Apps that allows thousands of people contribute to research, that's the most common option. Platforms that connect scattered data, and systems that convert citizen participation into useful knowledge. Sorry. The first part we are going to talk about is there is a third pillar that supports everything, creativity. In a moment of technological saturation, we need to rediscover the ability to imagine, narrate, and experiment. Therefore, Media Lab will include a creativity laboratory aimed at providing participants, researchers, students, citizens, with narrative, visual, and expressive tools that help them not only communicate, but think about their projects in more open, attractive, and transformative ways. The first sessions, we are going to work about narrative structures. The workshop first session focuses on the fundamental mechanisms that make a story capture and maintain attention. Participants will explore the classical three-act narrative structure and organizational frameworks for presenting any content. This session will include with practical style guidelines. The second session aims for participants to understand the specific characteristic of each digital format and be able to adapt the content they want to transmit to different channels and audience. For this, we will first explore the digital narrative ecosystem and the concept of narrative transmedia. It will be a good opportunity to experiment with the different resources and possibilities that digital media offer us to communicate any content. And finally, in this session, participants will apply everything that they have learned about narrative structures and digital formats in a practical and collaborative exercise, working in interdisciplinary teams that reflect the parties I mentioned before, citizens, students, researchers, association. They will develop a specific narrative project about the themes we have worked the previous months: digital humanity, citizen science, and responsible innovation. And that's all. Media Lab Rusal represents the objective to build bridges between the university and the society, creating creating a space where knowledge it's only transmitted, but co-created in a collaborative and almost a creative way. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Berta. And thank you for keeping on time, because actually this is really the key thing on such an event and so on. But we have time for questions before we let Angela come and do the first online session. So that's going to be also it's all a learning curve for us, okay? So, and actually I wanted to pose these questions, and maybe Santiago wants to pose a question, and there's probably a few in the audience, but I wanted to say that to everyone, is that the idea of having this Living Lab networking event is to have as diverse and inclusive, call for everyone to tell their story. And there are going to be very different presentations for very different types of Living Labs. And obviously ours has a history behind it. Our Media Lab has a history behind it. I'm very pleased that there's ideas to revamp it and give it other colors and give it another restart. And there are others. So this was the time for what connecting with the talk from Santiago, how do you see these ideas of the Media Lab positioning itself in that relation of trust with citizens, and how can we reconnect? And that's the question is particularly relevant when you start something and then, like Santi was saying, 10 years down the road you stop, and then you start, and then you stop, and so on. And that creates or destroys trust between institutions and citizens. What are your perspectives on that? Yours, and maybe someone from the audience can go from.
I know we are working from a before experience and from Media Lab, but it was interrupted and we have to start a new project. And I have to say this is only a plan, because we are working on that. What I have presented is it's really a plan. What we are preparing, we are thinking about, but we have still a lot of work to do. We are thinking about the relevance of the connection of science and the society, because as Santiago said, there is a gap, or that it could be increasingly that it's big every time. So we have to work about that and organize activities about disinformation too. It's very popular in our media that we have a lot of mistakes and disinformation that it's very dangerous. And our activities that we are preparing, we are thinking about to open science as well, but I have not incorporated because it's only a plan at the moment. And yes, it will be months of testing until we find the most appropriate media lab that we want to build. But we know that there are past experience that are very useful to us now.
Sure, Santiago. I would just want to check if the room has some question for Berta. Santiago, do you want?
Well, in fact, it's an answer to your question because the Living Lab, the Media Lab, obviously, is a place, is a spirit, but it's most important that these Living Labs or Media Lab or similar is an attitude, and it's important. Obviously, we have problems with stop and start, but the important thing that we have the possibility to connect one and again with the firms, with the citizen, and start a new process. I think that in this opportunity, the new Media Lab don't have any problem to start and connect it with the firms and with the citizen, because in Salamanca we have the luck that there is a lot of population with a very good scientific culture. Okay, I think that is the same in cities like Lind or
like
our
EC2U cities. Yes. Well, so thank you very much, Berta. Thank you. We really appreciate your effort and your being here. We'll now go and pass on to Angela, and we're going to test our ability to connect from the outside. So, Angela, let me introduce you. You're the project. Yes, we can hear you.
My presentation. Or are you going to?
No. You have the control. You have the control.
Okay, it's easier from you.
No, exactly.
Thank you very much.
Okay. You have the control, and maybe you can listen. So Angela is the project manager of this large SHIFT project, one of the European Urban Initiative, and that we're lucky to have been invited to participate. So Angela is going to, we as a city and as a university in a way. Okay, so Angela, the floor is all yours, and we're seeing you, and I'm sure you can.
So let's share my screen. Is it possible for you to see my screen?
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, so first of all, good morning to all. It's a great pleasure to be with you today to learn, share, and discuss this concept of living labs. Although I regret not being able to join you in person in Salamanca, a city that I personally love, today is a special day in Coimbra as we are hosting the Coimbra Invest Summit. So as we explore the concept of living labs today, one may say that this project Shift Coimbra offers a practical example of how these innovative environments can drive sustainability and sustainable development in tourism and create impactful solutions for both residents and visitors. So, as Ricardo said, I'm the project since January. I've taken the role of project manager for Shift Coimbra, formerly known as Coimbra Sustainable Tourism Large Language Models. So our project focuses on applying large language models to enhance the experiences of both tourists and local communities, supporting the Coimbra's development as a sustainable tourism destination. Funded by the European Urban Initiative, Innovative Actions, Shift Coimbra has a total investment exceeding €6 million, with 80% support of European Regional Development Fund. The project runs from December 2024 to May 2028. So I'm excited to share our progress, even though it's 6 months progress. And our Shift Coimbra aligns with the broader vision of sustainable tourism and collaborative innovations. This project offers us an opportunity to work together in shaping smarter, more sustainable future for tourism in Coimbra and its region. In this presentation, I will guide you through the main aspects of the Shift Coimbra project, including our vision, challenges, objectives, collaborative approach, and the key technologies driving our efforts in sustainable tourism. So let's begin with the core challenges that we are addressing in Coimbra. Coimbra is a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 2013, and it welcomes over 500,000 visitors annually. This number doubled from 10 years ago. And while tourism revenue has grown, the average stay of visitor stay remains short at 1.5 days. So most tourism activity concentrates in the historic areas, namely the university, causing challenges like congestion, employment issues, and service equality impacts. And previous efforts to diversify tourism have had limited success, largely due to the lack of an holistic approach demanded by both residents and the tourism sector. So Shift Coimbra adopts an innovative and integrated strategy to transform the city into a leading sustainable tourism destination. And at its core, the project aims to develop a large language model system that facilitates personalized interaction between the tourism sector and the visitors, offering tailored and experiences and supported by skilled professionals. So the project has been designed and is being developed and implemented by a diverse network, including the Coimbra municipality as the main urban authority, the intermunicipal community, and 3 educational institutions, including 2 higher education institutions, one of each, University of Coimbra, is member of the EC2U Alliance, a top 10 global incubator, and 2 enterprises. Local stakeholders from various sectors contribute actively, ensuring broad community involvement. Although this is not a formal living lab, Shift Coimbra embraces key living lab principles such as community engagement and collaborative innovation. And these principles allow us to test, refine, and adapt solutions to address Coimbra's unique tourism challenges. The project also includes a transfer component, which includes 3 cities, 2 of which, Iași and Salamanca, are represented on EC2U, enabling us to share knowledge and experiences directly across these UNESCO heritage destinations. And so our vision is to create a sustainable destination where tourism professionals, residents, and visitors actively engage in practices that preserve Coimbra's rich cultural heritage while providing enriching experiences. So Shift Coimbra aims to be a replicable model for other UNESCO sites and European cities, demonstrating how collaboration, innovation, and sustainability can address shared challenges. So Shift Coimbra actively engage citizens and namely residents, visitors, and key local stakeholders through a multi-stakeholder governance model that follows the quadruple helix approach. By connecting citizens, municipalities, tourism enterprises, and research institutions, the project fosters collaborative development of sustainable tourism solutions. Empowering communities to share local knowledge and participate in data collection and on decision-making ensures that sustainability initiatives address real needs and promote shared responsibility. And this inclusive approach strengthens the link between academic research, business innovation, and community well-being, driving Coimbra's transformation into a smart and sustainable tourism destination. At the heart of Shift Coimbra is collaboration. While not a formal living lab, the project incorporates its key principles, such as co-creation, real-world testing, enabling continuous refinement of tourism practices that respond to community needs. So the project stands on 4 key pillars that guide everything we do. First, we focus on making Coimbra a truly welcoming destination. This means building skills, fostering inclusion, and ensuring that visitors feel supported every step on the way, with active involvement from the local community. Through co-creation and collaboration, we meant to ensure that the visitor experience is shaped by the needs and feedback of both residents and tourists. Next, sustainability is at the heart of the project. We are working to embed responsible practices across the city and the tourism sector, from certification to smarter resource management. And this involves real-time engagement with local communities and businesses, ensuring that everyone plays an active role in promoting sustainability and preserving Coimbra's unique heritage. And then we embrace smart innovation. By using artificial intelligence and digital tools, we meant to create personalized, seamless experiences for visitors while helping to manage tourism more effectively by the municipalities or other institutions, and also by the tourism sector companies. And these innovations are tested and refined in real-world settings with continuous feedback, ensuring that they are relevant and impactful for both the community and visitors. And finally, transfer. The Work Package 8 focus on transferring our knowledge and innovative solutions to partner cities across Europe. And by collaborating closely with Iași, Padova, and Salamanca, we are fostering a network of shared learning. And this collaborative approach helps us multiply the impact of Shift Project Coimbra, making sustainable tourism a reality beyond our own borders. So, in terms of technology and innovation, Shift Coimbra is leveraging cutting-edge technologies to enhance both the visitor experience and the sustainable management of tourism. Central to the project is the unified data platform, which collects real-time data on visitor behavior, resources, much more. And this dynamic system adapts continuously to meet real-world needs, so enabling stakeholders to make informed decisions for sustainable tourism management. Another essential tool is the large language model, which provides personalized multilingual insights to guide tourists in planning their visits and engaging with Coimbra's sustainable tourism offerings. The LLM is refined based on community feedback, ensuring that the system remains relevant to both locals and visitors alike. And then the web app adds another layer to the experience by offering tailored itineraries and real-time information, promoting active engagement between tourists and the city. Through its feedback collection functionality, the app serves as a tool for co-creation, allowing us to continuously adapt to user experience based on input from both residents and visitors. And these technologies, driven by real-time data and continuous feedback loops, not only enable the project to evolve with the community needs, but also reflect the core principles of a living lab: collaboration, innovation, and constant adaptation. And these approaches ensures that Shift Coimbra remains responsive and impactful, both in the short and in the long term. And this is key for us. So some of the examples of the involvement and the engagement. In Shift Coimbra, citizens actively contribute at multiple stages of the project, ensuring that the solutions we develop are collaborative, inclusive, and community-driven. Training sessions and training programs are designed not only to upskill workers, but also to involve local residents, fostering a shared understanding of sustainable tourism and the role of the community in shaping the sector future. So through the certification process, both residents and visitors participate in defining the sustainability criteria that will guide tourism practices. And this involvement ensures that the standards are both relevant and widely accepted for those directly impacted by tourism. On the other side, the online platform plays also a key role by facilitating continuous feedback and data sharing, providing an open channel, let's say, for stakeholders to share insights and engage in decision making. And this ensures that the project remains responsive to community needs, making real-time adjustments as necessary. And also, initiatives like fam trips and digital nomad events further bridge the gap between local communities and tourists, fostering collaboration and co-creation. And these events help ensure that local voices are heard and integrated into broader tourism promotion efforts. And so these initiatives reflect our commitment to collaborative innovation, where community feedback, co-creation, and real-world testing ensure that our solutions are both relevant and sustainable. And by involving citizens at every step, from training to feedback loops, we ensure that the solutions we develop are not only sustainable, but also accepted and embraced by the local community. So Shift Coimbra has already achieved early success in engaging community. Through initiatives like the World Cafe event, we've gathered valuable insights from residents, businesses, and other stakeholders, ensuring the project remains aligned with local needs and expectations. And looking ahead, Shift Coimbra long-term impact, we believe it's clear. We aim to establish a resilient, scalable model for sustainable tourism that can be adapted and replicated in other cities, particularly those with UNESCO World Heritage Sites. And by prioritizing collaboration and co-creation and innovation, we are positioning Coimbra as a leader in sustainable tourism. But also, it's worth to mention that central to our approach is this adaptive management, which allow us to remain flexible and responsive to ongoing feedback and evolving needs. And this ensures that the project continues to evolve over time, creating lasting benefits for both the local community and future visitors. So, in conclusion, the success of Shift Coimbra lies in our ability to foster collaboration and co-creation and community-driven innovation. And by engaging residents, businesses, and tourists, we are building a sustainable future for Coimbra, where everybody and everyone plays a part in shaping the city's tourism best practices. Our impact, we expect to be extended beyond Coimbra. And when I talk about Coimbra, I always like to mention that it's the city, but also the region. And through the partnerships with our transfer cities, we are contributing to a broader network of cross-border cooperation, sharing knowledge, and promoting sustainable practices across Europe. As we continue this journey, we are very committed to creating smarter, more sustainable cities and a future pretty defined by innovation and collaboration and a shared vision for sustainable tourism. And for now, thank you all for your attention. It's been a pleasure to share the Shift project and our vision with you. It's a very early stage project, but I'm happy to take any questions you may have and discuss how we can collaborate further to make sustainable tourism a reality in Coimbra. And so please feel free to reach out to me, for instance, via email for more information, or if you are interested in exploring potential collaboration opportunities. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you for having invited us, Salamanca, the city, and allowing us to help on that transformation and perhaps bring a bit of all that from Coimbra to Salamanca and a bit of that. I'll open the floor. I know that I made some mistakes and I haven't allowed some people to talk by mistake, and I have to online and here physically, so I wanted to apologize for that. I'll try. This is also a challenge for me to keep all the channels open and so on. So does anyone in the room has a question for Angela? We can pass a mic and I already have the pictures from the coffee pause that we'll have in a minute, so we can hang on. Angela, just a bit. We're getting the mic here.
Okay, no worries.
Thank you, Angela, for your inspiring talk. I would be interested if you have met any conflicts, as I assume there are different interests from the local community and the tourism sector, and if you have met some conflicts, how did you deal with them?
So not only conflicts, but mainly on the first phase, some resistance. And connecting that with what Santiago told before, one of the first steps is to build trust, and to build trust among partners, because we are working as the main urban authorities and municipality. This brings a lot of sometimes discomfort to citizens, to partners, and having in the same place and working together alongside universities, enterprises, private enterprises that are not used, for instance, to share their thoughts and knowledge with the citizens. This is the first challenge is also is creating this trust environment, and it's the conflicts. We have to the idea is to have a very manageable way of seeing the things and putting in perspective the different ideas. And in fact, it's a big challenge to try to accommodate everybody's perspective on how things should be done. But I believe that making different moments and ways to connect with people, for instance, World Cafes is a format, but we drive a lot of one-to-one meetings. We are setting some workshops and some focus groups that may help us to have different ways to coordinate and collaborate with people, and I think that might help us to pass all these conflicts. But they are always in there. We just have to be a bit open to embrace them and to build upon them.
Thank you.
Great. And we since we're not afraid from difficult questions, Angela, since this is such big projects and it's not minor, so they're really transformational, and this is a part of the Living Labs, how do we measure them? That's what keeps my head around them, because there's no comparison. There's no positive control or negative control on this experiment. And this is a bit, I don't know if there's an answer for that, but maybe you can, because we have KPIs obviously during the project, but that's not the question.
Yes, in fact, we have a system of monitoring and evaluating our process. And in fact, there are a lot of inputs, a lot of outputs and result indicators. But the main challenge is how we can measure some impact indicators, and we can also have this. We have to face this big challenge, that is to create the common ground that facilitates the long-term impact of the project beyond the 3 years and a half of the project timeline. So, and for instance, having set some particular activities already for a timeline longer than the project timeline, it's a strategy that also provides us some security, saying that this is not going to end by May 2028, because at least some of the activities of the project will remain until 2029, for instance. And that the idea is that if during this 3.5-year timeline project, we can connect and build with a different group and a very strong group of citizens and institutions, we can really impact the territory. I don't have like a magical skill to say if it's going to work or not, since it's important to know that this is a European Urban Initiative project, which meant also it's an experiment. We are trying to develop innovative solutions, and these innovative solutions also pass by having set a model of connecting with stakeholders, with citizens, and we are always, it's an adaptive process as well. So besides the impact indicators that I have already produced and that we've set like a baseline, and now we have a target to achieve, and besides all the outputs and result indicators, I don't have a clear answer to that.
Thank you very much. Last minute. No, I don't see. Well, okay. So I think we're. Thank you very much, Angela. It was very enlightening, and it's an honor to have, to participate in a little part of that as well. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Well.
Una question. No?
Okay, Patricia. Okay, so we have a question. Angela, you still there? Patricia?
Yes, I am.
And Patricia, there we go. Patricia, we'll put you on screen, okay? And
okay. Hello, everyone. Very nice to be with you today. Unfortunately, not in Salamanca, but. I was wondering during the presentation, and because Yash was mentioned as a partner, actually I have one question which is connected to Yash and one question which is connected to Coimbra. So I think I will start with the one with Coimbra. So I have experienced Coimbra for the first time last autumn for the Entrepreneurial Week. And it is indeed a beautiful city. And I was thinking of, bringing my parents. They are in their 70s. They don't speak English that much or understand it. And actually, I was like thinking in my projects that I do with my students that a lot of us, think of digital apps as solutions to help tourists, but very few people talk about the aged population and aging tourists and how we facilitate, because if we're talking about sustainability and if we're referring to the SDGs, it's about inclusion, and how can we, if you have that in the project or you're thinking of adding that. This is one question. And the other question is, I'm not sure exactly what Yash involvement is, but I was involved 4 years ago in a project developing the local brand for our city. And one of the worries of some members of the project team was that Yash is going to be more crowded than it already is. And there were some people opposing to the project of building a brand because it's going to be crazy. So the question is, how can Yash learn from Coimbra, which is already a crowded city, and now it's trying to find solutions so that we can prevent not, so let's consider that, how can we be sustainable from the first?
Thank you so much, Patricia. In terms of aging, technology, and tourism, in fact, and it's a fact that in Coimbra, for instance, there are a lot of tourists that have a certain age because, it's related to their interests. And so it's really important for us that having these technological tools, digital tools, that may suit also the ones that don't use them so often. And so they have to be very intuitive, they have to be very easy, and they have to talk to people. But also, regarding to that, we have that layer of don't use technology at all. And that shouldn't be a constraint to the project. And that's why having the residents and the tourism sector agents alongside with us has such an importance. Because, in fact, for instance, to give them to give tourists more precise information, or to help them to choose their itinerary or something like that, is also very concerned with, or very related with, the ability of knowing what we have to offer and helping others to do their own itineraries. So if you don't use technology, you can be helped by someone you use it, or helped by someone who really are engaged with this idea of tourism and what to do in our own city. And then we have like the Yashi involvement and this comeback to overcrowding cities. And our approach is that we can only be sustainable if we can sell other products, so other touristic products. So this idea of having a project very related with the city and to its heritage should also be complemented by other kinds of offers. And that's why it's so important for us to have the intermunicipal community working alongside with us, because the idea is always to give other options related to the interest is with the budget of visitors. So one do like some outdoor activities. So and it is visiting Coimbra. We have in the city some options, but also we should always give them the options to go to nearby municipalities that integrates the region, and that have better options and that can complement the city products. So, and this complementarity is key to us. So, and that's why the involvement of the intermunicipal community is so important. In terms of the participation of Yash, it is the municipality of Yash that is working with us, and they started, formally, like Salamanca, working with us in the beginning of June. And the idea is to work alongside with us on the next 3 years. The municipality will explore some of our innovative solutions, and the idea is that they can learn from us and also to try to replicate or the project within the city. So problems like the overcrowding city and this residents' reluctance to visitors it might be one of the aspects that Yash can work on. I have this beautiful chocolate of Yash. Yes.
I also have it in my my office.
That, by the way, it's
Do you like it?
very good. Yes, it's very good. But in fact, the idea is that if we can complement the offer with other things that the usual scenario might be a way to spread people around the places, and to also to give them the opportunity to know other things about us, and this is quite important. So, for instance, if you go to to Yash only on those festivity moments related to the university or to the religion, you might don't know about this chocolate story, for instance, and other interesting ways of selling and of, well, letting to know more about our site.
I think we have a lot to learn from Coimbra. Also, somehow, in terms of our positioning and our cultural positioning in the country, we are similar to Coimbra, because as a cultural city, we are basically, I would say, probably like the second after the capital, because we're a university city. We also have a lot of hills, but not as steep as Coimbra. I think it's a great project, and I'm happy that we are together with you in this. Thank you very much, Angela.
Well, thank you all for the participation. And we now are going to make a stop and run for coffee. I hope you can have a nice cup of coffee and can follow up later on. We'll be back here at 11:30. I think it's 10:30 in Portugal. I know, Angela, you'll have to go to Coimbra, the investment summit. So thanks a lot for having the time and the morning and a bit of your morning. But Patricia, we'll keep you on because you're going to speak later on at the end. But now we're going to go pause for coffee because our strengths are getting low. And okay, so see you in a bit, and we'll put a bit of video on Salamanca and for the break. Okay, all right. See you in a bit.
Bye. ¿Cuánta gente tienes ahí?
Poca gente. Jorge, Patricia. Todo está funcionando. Muchas gracias.
Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Air Institute, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centro Europa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Air Institute, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centro Europa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Air Institute, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Air Institute, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Air Institute, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Air Institute, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por Air Institute, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por EC2U, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por EC2U, está a la vanguardia de la investigación en informática, ofreciendo a las empresas formación en este ámbito. El Centro de Emprendimiento y Formación Tormes Plus es un espacio donde emprendedores, pymes y profesionales impulsan sus proyectos. Aquí se encuentra la Escuela de Emprendimiento Salamanca Tech, con el objetivo de ofrecer a los jóvenes nuevas oportunidades de trabajo. La plataforma intermodal ferroviaria conecta la ciudad con los puertos portugueses y Centroeuropa, impulsando el comercio y el transporte de mercancías. Salamanca apuesta por el futuro verde, con 120 kilómetros de corredores ecológicos y espacios verdes que mejoran nuestra calidad de vida. Además, en Salamanca Tech organizamos diversas actividades con el objetivo de unir la academia con la empresa. Salamanca Tech Summit es un claro ejemplo, donde se reúnen destacados expertos para compartir conocimientos y trasladarlos a la ciudadanía. Salamanca es innovación, tecnología y sostenibilidad. El futuro es hoy. Es Salamanca Tech. Salamanca, en el corazón del noroeste de España, es un cruce de caminos entre tradición y futuro. Con más de 145.000 habitantes y a solo 2 horas de Madrid, Salamanca es el lugar ideal para vivir y trabajar, con fácil acceso al mercado portugués y conexiones directas al mar por carretera y tren. Pero lo que hace especial a esta ciudad es su calidad de vida. Más del 90% de los salmantinos no tienen dudas. Su rica gastronomía, una educación y sanidad de primer nivel y una oferta cultural que te sorprenderá. Con 2 históricas universidades, esta ciudad está llena de talento. Aquí se forman los mejores profesionales y contamos con centros de prestigio como el Centro de Investigación del Cáncer. Desde el Ayuntamiento de Salamanca fomentamos la innovación con una red de centros dedicados a la tecnología, la ciencia y el emprendimiento. Así nace Salamanca Tech, una iniciativa que posiciona a nuestra ciudad en el mapa tecnológico del suroeste de Europa. Salamanca Tech impulsa 6 verticales clave. Con AbioInnova damos apoyo a empresas biotech para que sus investigaciones se conviertan en proyectos que mejoren la vida de las personas. El espacio de innovación tecnológica está revolucionando sectores como la medicina y la logística. El Centro de Internet de las Cosas e Inteligencia Artificial, liderado por ERIS.
Yes. Okay. We're back. We're back again with a bit of a delay, but we'll hope that we can catch up. Well, thank you very much for cutting your coffee short. Our next speaker comes from Linz. Is Claudia Shiba. Linz is our co-lead in the Innovation Hub. Elizabeth is my partner in crime, and she thought that the best person from Linz to come over is Claudia, and we're really thankful for her to come over. So, yeah, and she'll tell us her story. That's why we're here.
Thank you.
Slides.
Our society is facing major challenges. The climate crisis, which affects the poor people more than the wealthy. A growing shortage of skilled workers in the social and care sectors. And demographic changes that are pushing our social systems to their limits, just to name a few. The question we asked ourselves was how universities could become real drivers of change, working hand in hand with society to tackle pressing challenges and co-create solutions, to move actually beyond theory and become active partners to change. My name is Claudia Shiba, and I'm working at the Linz Institute for Transformative Change at the Johannes Kepler University in Linz. And with those thoughts in mind, we initiated the project Update Social in autumn 2022. Usually, solutions to social challenges are developed through sectoral division of labor. The state and the public administration are responsible for delivering basic public services. Welfare organizations play a key role in delivering social services such as elderly care. Civil society plays an important role by taking quick action, as after the breakout of the Ukrainian war, to provide housing for refugees fleeing the war. The sectoral division of labor makes sense, as it allows existing expertise and experience to be pooled and used in the most effective way. However, due to increasing complex challenges, this approach is reaching its limits at some point. Each sector struggles with its own specific dilemmas. In public administrations, regulations and policies are often enacted that fail the realities of those affected. Civil society develops innovative solutions but often fail the capacity to scale them. Social enterprises often create technical solutions but fail to meaningfully embed them in already existing practices and structures. This is where the idea of open social innovation and Update Social comes in. The core idea of open social innovation is that an open call invites people from diverse sectors of society, representatives from social organizations, public administrations, the academia, the private sector, and civil society to participate together in the innovation process and to work on finding new solutions to social problems. Initiatives in Germany have already shown that broad collaborations across different parts of society offers great potential to developing innovative ideas. We built on those initiatives and the approach of open social innovation and adapted it to the specific regional context of Upper Austria. To gain deeper insight into the field, we established a learning collaboration partnership with Volkshilfe, which is a major social welfare organization in Austria. Together, EC2U and Volkshilfe jointly led the conception and organization of Update Social. The open social innovation approach seeks to unite a broad range of stakeholders who would otherwise operate separately. We intentionally wanted to reflect this also within the project teams and therefore also entered the learning partnership with Volkshilfe. As a regionally rooted yet internationally oriented university, EC2U assumed a dual role in this partnership. On the one side, actively shaping the innovation process, and on the other side, simultaneously conducting academic research along the process. Volkshilfe contributed extensive experience in the social services alongside a wide network of welfare associations, NGOs, and political actors. Update Social was organized into 4 phases. In the first phase, the project partners defined the overall goals and the thematic focus area of the initiative. One key objective was to foster cross-sector learning and collaboration through a multi-stakeholder approach. We aimed to connect actors from the Upper Austrian public administration, social organizations, academia, civil society, and the private sector, and not only across sectors, but also within the respective sectors. With this open and participatory format, new perspectives, mutual learning and understanding, and joint problem solving should be encouraged. Another important goal was to generate innovative ideas that address current social challenges in Upper Austria, while also strengthening existing initiatives. Finally, we aimed to expand and enrich the social innovation ecosystem in Upper Austria by involving a broad and diverse range of stakeholders and promoting cross-sector partnerships. Another important step in the process was the conceptualization of the project. We agreed to organize a 48-hour idea workshop followed by an implementation program. We deliberately chose not to use the term hackathon because it is often associated with programming and IT. Instead, we wanted to design the format to be as inclusive as possible, and therefore we chose the term Ideenwerkstatt in German or idea workshop in English instead. To identify and select the most pressing challenges to be addressed during the idea workshop, we invited representatives from the social sector and people who are affected to submit their challenges. To keep the process open, however, everyone could also upload their challenges via an online form. The project team then reviewed and curated these submissions. In total, we received 68 challenges, and we organized them then into 7 thematic areas and defined 26 challenges. Here you have the thematic areas, and in the brackets are the respective challenges. One concrete example of a challenge was in the thematic area care and support. How can an app support care workers in finding new and engaging conversation topics for interacting with the people they care for? The second phase of the project focused on building and activating networks among stakeholders as well as the operational organization of the idea workshop. To secure broad support for the Update Social initiative, the Upper Austrian state government could be gained as a partner. In addition, events were held online and on-site with representatives from various sectors of the Upper Austrian social landscape to introduce the initiative and encourage active participation. At the same time, multiple channels were used to reach a wide audience and motivate people across different sectors to participate in the innovation process. The third phase was the heart of the project, the 48-hour ideation workshop. The workshop was held from Friday 21st to Sunday 23rd April of 2023. We started the event with a kick-off. In total, 200 participants followed our call and came to the Open Innovation Center at the EC2U campus. After the kick-off, we held a World Café. For each of the predefined 26 challenges, a station was prepared where participants could exchange with field experts or affected stakeholders. In total, the format included 2 rounds, giving each participant to explore at least 2 challenges. Following the World Café, we encouraged participants. We encourage participants to form teams. Like-minded individuals gathered at their preferred stations and explored opportunities for collaboration. The first day of the hackathon concluded with a communal dinner, giving participants the chance to reflect on the day's experiences and to start working on their idea solutions. The second day was dedicated to intensive working phases. At this stage of the project, we had also mentors on site who supported the teams, not only in the team formation, but also with co-creation processes and innovation processes. Participants had also the possibilities to consult field experts to receive initial feedback on their emerging ideas. On the third day, ideas were finalized and finally uploaded to the Update Social website by 6 p.m. In total, we received 38 innovative ideas, which were submitted by 37 newly formed teams. After the workshop, the project moved into the fourth phase. The core challenge at this stage was to sustain the momentum and commitment of the participants over the longer term in order to enable the institutionalization of the developed ideas. To support this, an implementation program was designed, which ran from May to September. It aimed to assist the teams in piloting their concepts. In total, we organized 10 community meetings, each focused with a specific thematic focus, such as funding opportunities, prototyping practices, and many more. A key emphasis of our work during this phase was to connect the teams with relevant individuals and institutions. We also could offer some financial support. An interdisciplinary jury awarded 5 teams with recognition prizes of €1,000 each directly after the hackathon. In June, at the midpoint of the implementation program, the teams had again the chance to present their developed ideas to the jury and have the opportunity to win one of 4 implementation grants of €5,000 each. The fourth and final phase of the pilot project concluded in October with the Idea Fair, offering all teams the opportunity to present their journey to an interested public audience. Of the originally 37 teams we had at the IDEA workshop, 22 participated in the implementation program to refine their ideas, and ultimately 11 teams presented their IDEA solutions at the IDEA Fair. To conclude my presentation, I would like to briefly highlight 2 positive examples which emerged from the Update Social initiative. First, here an overview of our journey from the challenge to the solution idea. Now back to the examples. The team Pflegezeit developed a digital application specifically for professional caregivers working in residential care facilities. Pflegezeit co-created this app with caregivers and residents to ensure practical relevance and user-centered design. Its core purpose is to support and enrich social interactions between caregivers and residents, particularly those living with dementia. The app therefore eases the workload of caregivers by providing a wide range of conversation topics and engaging activities. It facilitates meaningful and emotional resonant exchange in daily care routines. A special feature of the app is, for example, the integrated song recognition function. When a resident starts humming or sing a tune, the app recognizes the song and plays it or shows the lyrics. It has already been implemented in several care facilities and has received highly positive feedback so far. Apart from Update Social, the team could win several awards. The last award just yesterday, namely the Edison Innovation Award in Upper Austria. Another success story is the team in Dima. The team originally came together around the central challenge: how can qualified migrants be integrated into the Austrian labor market in accordance with the foreign qualifications? To address this, the founders developed an AI-powered software tool that compares international qualifications with Austrian standards. The platform analyzes academic content and degrees, determines equivalence levels, and provides tailored recommendations for further training or career entry. In doing so, Endima speeds up the bureaucratic process and accelerates labor market integration. Also, this team has won several awards. For example, the jury prize at the Social Impact Austria Award, the Edison Pioneers Award, and a startup grant from the city of Linz. In May 2024, the team was able to celebrate yet another success. The Huema Group joined as a development partner, providing key resources and expertise support to support the continued advancement of the platform. So at Update Social, we always concluded our presentations with a funny GIF. I also want to hold up the spirit in this sense. Thank you very much for your attention.
Claudia, thank you so much for the presentation. So, does anyone in the audience wants to launch a question? They're very quiet. Yeah.
I have one question, but of course the initiative is marvelous and the result is great, okay? But it's about the infrastructure, because for me it's the building where you work is a very special. And my question is, if imagine that you don't have this building, is possible to do these activities?
Rather difficult, because we used all the space. So for all of who don't know our building, it's a open co-working space, and we have rather a lot of free spaces. So we used the whole building for this idea workshop. And without this building, I couldn't imagine how we could have organized such a workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think this would be, we would be able to run something like this in Salamanca or in Castilla y León?
I guess so. I mean, we took the initiatives who were already finalized in Germany, as for example the Wir versus Virus initiative, and took the learnings and applied it to the Upper Austrian context. So, yeah, sure, I think it's surely possible in Salamanca as well. You need people with high motivation and also lots of resources, but then it's possible for sure.
Things can happen. I don't know. Well, Claudio, there we go. Go ahead, brother.
Very much. I was interested, what are other types of innovations that were, or ideas that were started besides health care? Or was it just the sector of health?
The clear focus was on the social sector. We also had one team working on ideas how to sustainably reuse already used clothes, but they drop out rather quickly because of resources, so all the team members after the workshop went back to their daily lives and they just didn't have so many resources left to further develop their ideas. But there were also other thematic areas we were worked on at the workshop. But the core focus was on the health and care sector, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And if there's no more questions, in the interest of time, and because there is a bit of a change of plan, thank you very much, Claudia. And I know that we'll have an interesting conversation during lunch and the afternoon. I have to inform you, yep. On the plan, it was supposed that I would be speaking and telling you about the Living Lab, and that's what I had planned when Claudia started speaking, but we'll have Marion connecting from Poitiers because she made a mistake on the day, and so we have it here. So if the technical team, if he can pass us on to Zoom, and Marion that will connect from Zoom will speak in my turn. So maybe let's, here we go. Marion, you're on screen. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, very well. Thank you so much.
No,
thank you for the kind invitation and for moving the presentation day. Yes, I had a schedule a little bit complicated actually. So I will share the slides. Are you okay?
Yes, and then we'll see it here. We see you, we hear you well, and your slides will be up in a second.
Just tell me when you see it.
Exactly. They're here, and we can hear you perfectly. So go ahead.
So I begin. Thank you. Firstly, please excuse me for not being able to stay long with you today and tomorrow. I now will present you the Life in Motion Living Lab, which is an international living lab on life habits and health, certified by EC2U and composed of two platforms, the Villa Santé and the QG. Okay. First of all, I will present me, and I will present my my collaborator. I am a professor on public health and medical doctor at the University Hospital of Poitiers. I'm conducting my research on ecology, biology of interaction lab, which is a One Health lab, and I am also affiliated to the Clinical Investigation Center of the University Hospital, and I am the head of the Villa Santé, which I will present you today. Laurent Bosquet is a professor of exercise physiology at University of Poitiers in the MOVE lab, and he is the head of the QG. First, I would like to present you for the Living Lab the model we use for our work, and is the most widely used model in public health, the Dahlgren and Whitehead model. It perfectly illustrates not only the factors that contribute to our health, all the factors, but also their interaction and the social perspective of the health. The factors who contribute to our health are socio-economic, and you can see them in purple. They are environmental, whether physical and social, physical in green and social factor in yellow, and most of all, individual behavior in orange. You can see here now the contribution of each factor, the socio-economic factor for 40%, behavior factor for 30%, healthcare system for only 20%, and environmental factor for 10% of the contribution of our health. Now you can see in this slide that these determinants evolve throughout our life course, and that begins from the intrauterine period until the aging period. The determinant needs to be taken into account earlier in life, because acting early, as you can see in this slide, contributes to a better aging. And this work, this find is has been theorized in the developmental region of health and disease hypothesis of Barker. My discipline is the health promotion, a process which acts on each health determinant. Health promotion, enabling people to increase control over and to improve health of people. It moves beyond a focus on individual behaviors that contribute about 30% of our health toward a wide range of social and environmental intervention with strategies, 5 strategies, which we call the Ottawa Charter strategies. Now I will introduce the Living Lab in Motion, Life in Motion, which is a user-centered open innovation ecosystem based on a systematic user co-creation approach, integrating research and innovation processes in real-life community and settings. It is an ecosystem, so a real or virtual system, where citizens, researchers, companies, and public institutions work together to imagine, test, and improve new ideas in real life, such as city, neighborhood, hospital, university, etc. 6 essential Living Lab characteristics we choose to select are active user participation, multi-stakeholder participation, orchestration, co-creation, real-life environment, multi-method approach. So let me talk about the two platforms we have merged in this Living Lab. The two platforms develop, implement, and assess public health intervention. There are two real environments which are the cornerstone of the Living Lab Life in Motion. This Living Lab have numerous European ramifications with the EC2U Alliance. We work with Yash, Pavia, and other countries. And we have also Canadian ramification with different institutes of Montreal, the Montreal Heart Institute, the Montreal Geriatrics Institute, and the Montreal Rehabilitation Center. First, the QG at the University of Poitiers, which is, as you can see, a platform in prevention and health promotion with a real gymnasium. And the QG focuses on life habits, including nutrition, because we have a kitchen, you can see above the slide, and stress management, physical activity, which is the principal theme of the QG, and lots of action which combats against sedentary. But I will mainly discuss the platform I pilot, the Villa Santé at the University Hospital of Poitiers, which is a 700 square meter platform built with a salutogenic architecture as a familiar house with 11 rooms, a kitchen, a bedroom, a bathroom, a library, a living room. La Villa Santé is a full-scale house, a familiar life environment, open to town and open to nature. And in every room, we work a lot about the colors, the type of fabric of material, which we choose in regard to favorable to health. Users are welcome in Villa Santé into warm rooms adapted to needs of each of them. For example, armchairs that you can see at the second picture are arranged side by side as in a home. The objective being to foster exchanges and communication. And to facilitate its identification and integration, each health determinant is taken into consideration in a contextualized manner and in a specific area. For example, the importance of social networks is emphasized in living room. The importance of dietary regimen is emphasized in the kitchen. Hygiene and or endocrine disruptor exposure is discussed in the bathroom. At once, close to yet separate from hospital, they provide an area where users are made to feel at home while receiving support from professionals in their care pathway. We construct the Villa Santé with the question posed is what makes people healthy? So the model who inspire us is the health determinant model aiming to work of all of them. And One Health concept and the salutogenesis concept. I will detail now. Salutogenesis describes how social and individual resources help people to manage stress and to thrive. Salutogenesis focuses attention on the study of the origin, the genesis, of health, the salus, and of positive health outcomes, moving toward, as you can see, the positive end of a disease continuum, in contrast to the more usual study of the origins of disease risk factors, which we call the pathogenesis, which is the dominant paradigm of Western medicine. Antonovsky drew the health continuum as a horizontal line between the total absence of health and total health, rather than the health-disease dichotomy. He explained that all people are positioned somewhere in this line. When we encounter stressor every day, we have to deal with it. Stressors can upset our position and we come under tension. There are two options: either to the pathogenic forces overtake us and we break down, and we regain our health through salutogenesis and move toward health, total health. Now I will present you the Villa Santé action based on this salutogenesis approach. We welcome a pluralistic population, not only patients, but also citizens, students, professionals, associations, research, and socio-economic actors, to co-construct or to beneficiary of action. A dedicated multidisciplinary team that you can see on this slide welcomed users, a dietitian, an adapted physical activity specialist, a psychologist, an environmental health nurse, an occupational therapist, a social worker manager, 4 physicians, midwives, etc. The entire team has been trained in developing an educational posture in public health. The professionals have a reassuring no-medical posture with no doctor's coat and no name tag. They propose over 100 collective workshops comprising different thematic orientation about nutrition, activity, physical activity, environmental health, mental and social well-being, tobacco consumption, sexual health, etc. When a person comes to Villa Santé, systematically an evaluation of her needs or his needs and health resources is proposed, the objective being to co-construct a health education pathway. We use ELADEB self-assessment kit that facilitates the initial exchange, illustrate and recreational, and helping to evaluate the user health literacy. Sorry. We have a therapeutic education, patient education, with a biopsychological approach into 27 programs in which clinical teams and patients advance in tandem. Indeed, tailored needs of chronic disease patients and their caregiver, the programs are designed to provide support in their common quest for improved daily life. Patient and caregiver participate in self-care workshops, as you can see in this slide, aimed at achieving better understanding of the disease, the treatment, and care pathway and adaptation workshop, with the objective being to avoid complication and possible recurrences. In Villa Santé, we develop innovative educational tools. For example, here, the kilometer French game called Milborn, designed for the bariatric surgery. The session can take place in homes, at the hospital in Villa Santé, at the Poitiers penitentiary, or by video conferences, as you can see in this slide. Pedagogical and communication tools were recognized to favor participation and user empowerment via a screen. In this Villa Santé, we develop an interpersonal research, which is a scientific method aiming to produce knowledge on policies or programs about topics which have an incidence on health population. And the goal of this intervention are to positively impact social, cultural, and environmental health determinants. By definition, these interventions are complex, and the challenge is to find out their efficacy in the scope of the evidence-based health promotion, but also their efficacy mechanism aiming to transfer it into another context. Indeed, in order to transfer the intervention in other contexts, we need to make the difference between its mechanism and the implementation context. Rapidly, we use behavior change models, such as the more recent model, the COM model of Michi, which consists of 3 key concepts that will influence the behavior. So that is the ability, the motivation, and the opportunity we use in each program. With this theory-based approach, we implement health intervention into the Living Lab, and we assess them with objective and perceived outcomes. It calls for implementation science, which is by definition a growing multidisciplinary approach to understand the process by which effects are achieved. Implementation science in base, so in collaborative science between decision makers, researchers, and stakeholders, which includes user, of course, not only at the consultation stages, but also at the partnership stage. We conduct our projects under the public health ethics, aegis of public health ethics, for the common goal good with the aim of developing empowerment with a method we called mixed method, and a model which called REAIM model, which propose integrating environmental component as well as individual components. For example, if I have time, I have maybe 5 minutes. For example, we assessed an environmental health program aiming to reduce exposure on endocrine disruptor of pregnant women. We carry out a randomized control trial in 3 arms. Women were exposed to collective workshops on hair quality, cosmetic use, or food packaging, or another group had just a leaf left. We figure out 4 different outcomes. Risk awareness improved, which improved more after exposure to the program. The second outcome was the presence of butyrparaben in colostrum, which was lower among women exposed to the program. The third outcome were the women exposed to the program, and they had a lower canned food consumption after the program. And the last outcome was the methylparaben concentration in urine, which decreased more sharply among women exposed to the program. So we showed an efficacy and an effectiveness of the program, and this intervention is now registered on a capitalization of evidence-based health promotion program platform, French platform, as a successful program. We have another program on obese patient aiming to reduce the stereotype threat on patient. I will not develop because I don't have any time. And another program about elderly person, the STEAM COAPS program, aiming to assess the effect of combined physical and cognitive activity in the village santé, which can be called an enriched environmental, which is studied only on animals already. To conclude, the purpose of our Living Lab is to co-develop and to, sorry, I didn't pass my slide, sorry. To conclude, the purpose of our Living Lab is to co-develop and to co-evaluate health promotion programs based on life habits and to structure an international network specialized in implementation science. And we are actually working on the Trajectory program, which is an international project who explore the transition to retreatment from an international, interdisciplinary and intersectoral perspective to identify the level promoting healthy aging through life habits. And the consortium is composed by research coming from many universities, many countries, and we already made 4 international seminars in Yarch, in Montreal, in Pavia, and recently in Poitiers. And we soon organize a coming seminar in Coimbra and in Moncton. As you can see, to reach our objective, the Living Lab can really on a very broad network, which includes research laboratories, public stakeholders, private stakeholders, and citizens, of course, to be representative of their need and to answer to their need. Thank you very much for the listening. And if you have questions, I can try to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Maribel. Do you hear as well?
Yes, very well.
Okay.
And I will show you some slides of the inside of the Villa Santé on the salutogenic architecture or when I answer.
So I'll open the floor to questions to see if someone wants to go first. I have one which I hope it's not indiscreet. Do you know how much it costs? The Living Lab, the whole thing, you know, the running of your Living Lab.
It's complicated to answer because
I only do complicated questions.
The question is simple, but the answer is complicated because we have many sources of funding. For the research, we have research funding, naturally. And for the implementation, I will answer about Villa Santé. We have subventions on the Health Ministry of French Ministry of Health to implement action on patient. We merge so different type of sources, and the functionment it's about 1 million euro to be to have a simple response to the simple question.
Are there, are there similar across France? Are there similar places, or this is a unique a unique place? And why is it in Poitiers? What's the reason?
Yeah. Thank you for the question, because yes, it's an unique place in France. And lots of my colleagues in other hospitals want to do the same, but the economic model is a big limit. And why in Poitiers? Because we had a head of the hospital many years ago who anticipate the ambulatory transition, and who understood that many chronic disease will emerge, and the incidence of the chronic disease will increase. So he imagined that this patient will have more needs than the only treatment. And my head of department, the professor Virginie Migeot, has imagined a house to respond to the health determinant model.
Thank you. Should we move on? Well, thank you very much, Marion. And I was very happy that you could get into, and we could solve the issue with the date and time. So that was lovely, and actually went down fine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And then Carla, I think she's online, so I think we move on. We have to excuse Santiago, Professor Santiago, which has a committee, and I'll be here alone, so I need company. In a bit. So again, hello, Carla. We have you on screen. Thank you very much for being here. I hope you're not very far, because you're supposed to be here in Salamanca. But you'll be here with us tomorrow, I guess. So Carla works at the Air Institute Deep Tech Lab, and it's one of the technological centers of Castilla y León, and one here in the city. And actually, she's going to tell us about farms for climates and mission soil, I think. I hope so. I guess that's the reason. And this is an example of Living Lab strategies, but on places that probably you wouldn't look for. This is Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. And then so when you have themes like Missions for Soil and Carla working there, so it was lovely to meet you. And Carla, the floor is yours. You have the control.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you so much for this kind presentation. So good morning or good afternoon, everyone. So could you share my presentation, please?
Do you want us to share, or you can share? You can share it.
Please, share it. Okay. I sent you.
Okay. So we have it on...
I don't have...
Yeah, so we have to have a bit of a time. Yeah. If we have to share it, because we didn't download it in the morning, so because it wasn't there, you just send it. So it's number. So Ricardo is there because he has.
Well, in any case, I will start with my greetings. You can share my slides, right?
We will. We're finding them. They're online, and we have to get them from the online server. It's number 7, Ricardo. So if not, I can go from there. I have them here. Well, no.
Well, in any case, I can start just for the time. I can start with our presentation. Maybe if when you can't, please share it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, currently the Marians, I can see just the Marians screen.
But here you go. We're seeing your slides.
I can see because I see just the Marian's screen. Why it's only... Well, anyways, I will try to do my best.
Yeah. So
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So I'm really delighted to be here today to talk about, I will say, how Living Labs can become powerful tools for universities and to drive not only for long-term sustainability and for responsible innovation in rural and urban areas. So as Ricardo said, I am Carla Gonzalez, Gemio, from Artificial Intelligence Research Institute. You know, we are working in several projects related to not only technological subjects, as you can see now, before, it's just related to the soil with this mission of soils and lands. Because I really believe that artificial intelligence is like a transversal subject into different kind of projects. Marion said before that they use the concept of the null, which is related to the Living Labs. And she said that it is a real life test and experimentation environment where users and producers co-create innovations. I really encourage you to see this paper related to the ENOL, the Commission, the European Commission related to the Living Labs, in where you better understand my explanation related to these two projects. Because Living Labs is not only for co-creation. According to this according to this European Commission framework, we have Living Labs to co-creation for, for co-design and solutions with users. And also we have another group of Living Labs related to exploration, which is discovering emerging use for different kind of subjects. Another important group of Living Labs is about experimentation. It's just implementing live scenarios within communities of users. I think that this is, and the last one is about the evaluations. This group of Living Labs, please stop it, no, move my slides, I am trying to just enter to this subject because I will move on more quickly, don't worry. But evaluation is about assessment. Assessment of concept, product, and services according to socioeconomic and sociocognitive characteristics. So this kind of group of Living Labs, according to this European Union framework, help us to understand better what is the real, maybe, goal of this Living Lab. If you see this simple agenda, I am trying to show today these two Living Labs related with the soil but also what is the importance of work with these living labs. And also, I will move on to the power of this living lab in universities. And finally, I will talk about the key lessons, because we have one project, like Ricardo said, one project is done, but the other one is still in process, which is the mission. So, and then I will talk a little bit about conclusion. Please, now, next slide. So if you see sustainable land use, in this case, a technical research institute working in this sustainable land use, is because, or maybe you know that 60%, 60% of European soils are struggling. And for sure, this is leading for physical degradation, for erosions with problems, health risks, many things. And this is a major challenge. But the good news is that the European Union, or European Commission, is taking action for with this soil deal for European projects, such as Farms for Climate and Soil. Let me explain a little bit about this Farms for Climate project. Next slide, please. Farms for Climate is I will say, it's a good and powerful example of what living labs can achieve. It focuses on regenerative practices and is about carbon farming, helping a small farmer in the Mediterranean adopt not only a sustainable practice, but also improve profitability. Why? Because if we have, that's why the role of Artificial Intelligence Research Institute entered, because if we have a good tool for measuring, reporting, and verification of the sequestration of CO2, farmers can measure and report this sequestration of carbon for what? For to exchange for credit carbons. And now, currently, these carbon credits can exchange and can sold in our carbon platform. For sure, behind of our carbon marketplace, we have the blockchains, different technologies, but in simple words, for our farmers, this is not the real importance. This is not important for them. They want to know how to deal with this and how to improve this kind of maybe sequestration, and if it's possible to measure in an easy way and friendly way. And this project is that we have no, we have had 6 living labs across Mediterranean countries. And as I said, in this case, according to this framework of the Commission, the European Commission, we have these living labs for co-creation, because we co-design with universities, small and medium enterprises, startups, research institutes, and farmers. The solutions for this deal related to the regenerative agriculture. This project was funded by Prima. Prima is the Partnerships for Research and Innovation in the Mediterranean. We were 12 partners across 6 countries. Next slide, please. Here you can see our living labs in the whole Mediterranean. We have here 3 universities, which is University Catholic Lake University, and also the Heliopolis University for Sustainable Development, and Basilicata University, and the whole partners that work with in these 6 living labs for this co-creation on a great solution. But maybe you are now, next slide, please. You are thinking, what was our main goal, our main activities with these 6 living labs? Because our main goal was to develop a 5 or at least 5 community-based organizations. You know, the first step when we work with Living Labs is for sure to co-design or exploration or experimentation or evaluation. But when we create or co-design or co-creation a solution, we need just not only to be there, because the main question is what happened when your budget is done or when the project is finished. The idea is to create a long-term solution. That's why it makes sense when you create not only the Living Lab, the idea is to create a community-based organization in where you can empower these farmers to, the idea is to, they belong, the Living Lab belong to this community-based organization. Or in other words, the community-based organizations are holders of these Living Labs. Because, oh, I don't have my presentation now. And because the idea of this community-based organization is to create, like I said, long-term or long-time solutions for our Living Labs. And no, it's previous. Here, yes. Next. Okay, yes, next. And then, if you want to see, I really encourage you to go to our website and see about our results just for highlights, because the idea here, I think, is to try to understand what it's possible to do with these Living Labs. Not only to see all the whole activities that we have, because it's a very hard project with many tasks, many KPIs, and all the different things. But the great idea is keep in mind that with this Living Lab is to help to the community in urban or rural areas to create a great solution for long term. It's not only for the project itself. And with this project with Farms for Climate, the key outcomes was, like I said, 5 community-based organizations. 5 because in Egypt we have 2 Living Labs, very close. That's why we created just 1 community-based organization. And the second highlight is because, with the whole project, we sequestrate 7,000 at least CO2 with this project. And also we engage at least 200 farmers in this project. Remember that it's not only about to say farmers come and open a new concept related to Living Labs. The idea is to change, to train them and to maybe a real engagement to develop a great solution for lasting time. So, and finally, active smallholder participation and inclusion for women, which is so important in this kind of Living Lab, especially related with this kind of Living Labs or soil management. And yeah, youth. Youth and women are not only a great KPI, it's really a necessity for our Living Labs to include, to engage to our farmers, women farmers, and youth. So, and next slide, please. Let's now move on to another project. You know, sometimes we talk about the project 3 years, 4 years, and in this case, this is the difference with another kind of project, because this is about a mission. when you have a mission, because European Union has 5 missions: water, cancer, soil. Soil is one of the missions that all these kind of projects try to increase these great measurements or results. But especially for this project, which is it's a long-term project to try to deal a great solution for by 2030. Next slide, please. Yeah, this soil is launched in 2021. The primary goal with this mission is to establish 100 living labs and lighthouses by 2030. And strategically, we are together. We are working together with this European Green Deal and European Soil Strategy for by 2030. Next slide, please. If you see, the idea is to identify what is the real contribution with your living lab, which is you are a co-creation, we are an exploration, we are an experimentation, or just we are evaluating. First thing. Second thing, we need to create a clear goal, hopefully related to a great mission, which is very helpful when you try to go with different results to strengthen with some line. And then we needed a clear framework to work with this kind of projects. In this case, I will show you a screenshot of this. It's more complicated than that, but four things in our framework for supporting these healthy soils through our living labs. Empower existing mission soil living labs. Engage the wider soil health community. Support and onboarding future applicants. For instance, in this case, support and onboard future applicants means that we have mentors, are real mentors that help not only living labs that maybe there is maybe for a long time, and also for others that want to work in our soils. This is on super on board future applicants. And the last one is foster collaboration ecosystem, which is so important to create when you have a living labs to create a network to engage each other. And next slide, please. And then when you have our clear framework, what is the idea? What does Soil Startup offer for these living labs? Because in numbers, it seems to be very interesting, 100 living labs by 2030, but why? Because we need to offer a clear strategy working with this living lab. In this case, it's different for this simple just co-creation. Because in this case, we need a coordination for support, for sure, for different actors, in this case, researchers, universities, and farmers, and research institutes, many kinds of actors, policymakers. And also, in this project, we offer a great component, which is the knowledge sharing and networking, working many kind of activities. That's why I said, go to the website of the project and you can see the many kind of activities that we are working on with the different partners. And the other component is the monitoring and evaluation, because it's not like we are creating a living lab and hopefully this works well. It's important to monitor and evaluate in the same, with a clear strategy, with a clear, I will say, each live land has unique characteristics. It's so important to work with each living lab in their own languages, because not all has this, like English language proficiency that it's easy to work with it. Another important thing that the soil project does is engage and promotion. It's not only we create a living lab, we engage with a network, which is a whole network that you can share different training activities, knowledge, and you can understand what is maybe you can use another kind of techniques that for this improvement of this soil in your region, and for sure for promotion. We want to tell, to like a storytelling. It's important to see, to show to other people what is the real world, or what is the real problems, the risk, many kind of things that these living labs have. It's important to share this information for promotion when you do in a better way your work now with this project. And also we have this training and capacity buildings, many kind of training and capacity buildings, and many kind of short courses and different kinds of strategies to training and to create this capacity building for our living labs. And finally, we have this soil hub, which is a great space to share all these kind of materials. And in fact, the last maybe 2 weeks ago, we released this soil hub with different components. It's free. You can enter, you can register, and you can see all the materials for open to this space. Next slide, please. And finally, you can, like I said, you can go to this with this QR to this website and see the whole materials that we have in this project. So next slide, and now I put this title because I really believe that the power of Living Labs in university, because Living Labs equal a real-world experimentation platform, is empowering students, researchers, and rural communities, and is a key driver. Next slide, maybe we can put. Because they offer more than just research. They offer validation. Universities, when we work with universities in Living Labs, they offer validation. They offer credibility. They offer maybe infrastructure. They offer students ready to engage. They can provide also technical training, enable PhD students and students' mobilities. Because in our project, for instance, in Farms for Climate, we use this round table because not all our partners, our live pillars, was in the same condition. We needed this exchange one by one. This is the unique way to develop a great solution. It's not the classical training when you talk a lot and the whole appears or seems that it understands very well all. No, it's different strategy. That's why universities have a very nice role to develop this kind of development or the exchange with students. Also, Living Labs can become experimental classrooms for our researchers and collaborative platforms. I would say collaborative platforms for our communities. Because this is the knowledge that we try to create. This is a bridge between universities and the real co-creation with our society. And you can see here in this slide, for instance, our carbon market. For sure, you don't see the behind of that. There is a blockchain platform, but for sure you can use that. It's free. And next slide, please. And finally, this is for our projects like key lessons for universities, alliances. A little bit, this summarize these key lessons that we learned in this time. For one part, collaboration practices and strategic impact. The first thing is the strong. The strong partnerships are essential. University must work together, sure, across regions, disciplines, and cultures to create lasting impact. And with that, I will say, sure, that harmonization enhances collaborations. because it's easy to see, well, you work in that way and it's impossible to change because cultural barriers or cultural behaviors. But it's important to try to harmonize and enhance collaboration. The unique way to do this is a strong partnership. It's essential across different regions and disciplines. And the second one is about cross-disciplinary collaboration. It's critical. Living labs are not just an agricultural scientists for environment or environmentalists. They thrive when engineers, economists, maybe social science, and digital innovation, the idea is to work together. And to directly support these alliances, enable scaling and adaptation. And bringing diverse skills allows to tailor it, I will say, great solutions across different regions and challenges. And finally, we have this active engagement with society. It's non-negotiable. Communities, farmers, and local art actors must be co-creators. It's so important to work with them in the beginning of any project, not just recipes of the great solution this innovation. The idea is to engage with them for the beginning. And for sure, this will knowledge transfer drives I really transfer responsible innovation, where solutions are not only evidence-based, but also grounded in real-world needs. So finally, this is the next slide, is the conclusion, because universities, next slide, please. Universities are universities are pivotal, not only as centers of knowledge, but also facilitators of inclusive science-driven innovation. And also, living labs work best when they are embedded in the real-world context, powerful by partnerships and scaled through shared methods. And finally, because collaboration across university, especially within alliances, allows us to amplify impact, co-development, design tools, or digital and different tools, and offer our students unique practice-based learning. Yeah, and next slide. Thank you so much for your attention. We'll be happy to answer. And if you want to send me also some questions or something related to these projects and amazing projects, please feel free to write an email and share your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Sorry, stop. Thank you very much, Carla. There's like a minute for Joaquin to enter, so the questions, I hope we'll have you here tomorrow and we can ask you questions. Will you be around tomorrow?
Hopefully.
Yep.
Yes,
okay.
Hopefully I will be there.
We'll have time tomorrow to ask you questions, okay? So I wonder if Joaquin can have you... Well, if the audience, here you go, have a question from the audience, maybe...
From here.
Yeah, can you...
Hi, Carla. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's a pleasure to know you. I'm Anne Ruiz. I'm a doctoral student in Salamanca, and my doctoral thesis belongs to artificial intelligence for Visite. And I would like to know more about the average for women in your project, because in general, the average in technology and transfer is so low. It's very, very bad average. I don't know about if in your project are different, but in general, it's a bad point for technology. And you can tell us about the average, the participation of women through project. Thank you. And my second question is related with the participation to the farmer women and the technology, because it's so difficult to how you involve and you can involve the communities related with rural communities in general for the technology. It's very important to about. I don't know.
Thank you. Very important question. And I maybe I can give you an average of the whole project, but the idea is if at least you in your project you involve one or two or three or four women, the whole scenario changes. Especially for the France for Climate, I will say our team leader in our community-based organization was a woman. And it was, for us, very a great experience because they have many kinds, especially for the rural communities, has very difficulties to work. And when we put to women to open your voice to work with the whole community-based organizations, especially for men, and it was a very challenges for her. But the idea is to support her. That's why when we create a living labs, the idea is not only to have a space, to create or co-create a great solution. The idea is to have a space to training, to create maybe knowledge for talk, and to encourage to these partners to deal with this subject, to engage a real engagement with this kind of different kind of subjects. And especially in my last paper, I found that farmers, just in this part, farmers in rural communities work by imitation, for imitation, which means that they don't work if they see someone, women or men, they see good work or good speech, it's not enough. Or there is a good tool, like a digital tool, very nice tool to work with that, but it's not for interest for our farmers. They really need, they work by imitation, which means that if one of these parts in Living Labs has a great result measurement, or maybe one of them use these digital tools, women and men, it's different. It's the same. If they see that they can use this technology or this solution, this new concept like carbon farming, it's is the unique way that these farmers can adopt these new technologies.
Carla,
There is no other solution like,
Carla, I need to keep with time. I need to keep with time. No, it's fantastic. So, but we need to keep in time because it's streaming. So we need to. But thank you very much. And again, we'll now pass on to Joaquin. I think he's ready, right? Yep. And then thank you very much, Joaquin. Joaquin comes and represents smart rural, right? From Penella. Yeah. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and participating. I know you work closely with IPN. And this is one of the type of the living labs, and we keep on the theme of rural. So Joaquin, thank you for being here and accepting the invitation. We're really looking forward to this.
Right, Ricardo, thank you very much for the invitation. It's my pleasure to be here, at least online. It would be better if I could be there in Salamanca. It's always a pleasure because, Salamanca and Coimbra are very well related, old universities. And first of all, I would like to say that I will be speaking on behalf of my colleague, Salome, because I was in fact the executive director of this incubator where the Living Lab happens, IESE. But as of the 1st of April, I came back to IPN, and now I'm coordinating the entrepreneurship, local, sorry, I was trying to see how it comes in English because I always taking of, so territorial entrepreneurship unit, okay? So, and we are dealing with all these realities and these partnerships from between IPN, which I'll be talking a little bit more later on, and these local, these regional, these territorial initiatives related to entrepreneurship and innovation. So I think that the best way to start is to tell you what the context of this rural living lab, which is based on a rural area. Let me just here have some struggles on dealing with these. Yeah, this is it. So this is a very small village outside, half an hour outside of Coimbra in central Portugal, a rural countryside with a very low population density, so around 5,400 inhabitants. You can see how small it is, in a quite large area of around 130 square kilometers. And this story with this living lab as a series of milestones and has been taking place, that has been taking place for quite a while now, almost 20 years. So, and the kickoff of this story begins when the municipality decided to bring the theme of innovation into the policy. Okay, so there was a municipal innovation competitiveness and innovation director plan, and they said that all the development from this region, from this village, will be based upon innovation. Okay, so we are rural, we are facing lots of challenges, and we believe that innovation can play a very important role for us to cope with the challenges that we are facing. Okay. Later on, the first incubator was launched because, of course, incubator and supporting startups is a very important activity for bringing innovation into the territory. So in 2008, the first incubator from the village was launched, Mini Habitat, which quite an agnostic incubator, so there is no strategic sector specific. And 3 years later, another business incubator was launched. This time Smart as a specialization around creative industries. And that's when, in fact, the partnership for co-creation began with IPN. So IPN is a business incubator or institution that fosters innovation and entrepreneurship, and which is affiliated to the University of Coimbra. We were founded in 1996 and related to the entrepreneurship activities in the business incubator. We have been considered over the last years in several benchmarks amongst one of the top 10 performing business incubators affiliated to universities around the world. And the municipality of Penella, realizing that they were not the best actor, so they are supporting, of course, but they understood that they wanted to bring an actor to the territory that was able to launch these initiatives for innovation and entrepreneurship. So we partnered in 2011 in the launch of the Smart Rural Living Lab as a funded project until 2014. Then another infrastructure was built in 2015, a Fab Lab, which supports not only the incubators and the entrepreneurs, but also the community. Then in 2016, 10 years after the launch of the director plan, ES was built as an innovation space, a large incubator. And then another project with IPN began, bringing the knowledge about managing the incubator, creating the software and bringing the brainware to run the ES business incubator space which is the hardware. And then the management began in 2017. That was when I began my activity in IPN and YES. Then we started managing the Fab Lab in 2020 and the other two smaller incubators in 2021. And in 2023, the phase 2 of the innovation space YESE was launched because we found out that 1,000 square meters were not enough to host all the entrepreneurs that we were able to gather around these 5 years of activity, 6 years of activity. We were very successful, and we needed to build another facility which is integrated in YESE, so it's close to YESE. It's part of the main building. So, and let me come back to the challenges of the Living Lab. So, rural areas, we know the rural context, the need to have a territorial approach with solutions that bring quality of life to people, competitiveness to the economy, and especially the coping with the population loss and aging. In fact, in 2006, when the first director plan was launched, the main issue raised upon it was the population loss and aging that Penella is facing, and this is a situation that we can observe all over rural Portugal and even in rural Europe and Europe as a whole. Of course, we are losing population, and population is getting older and older. So we came with the project, which I'm going to give details in a second. We were trying to face, to cope, to bring solutions, to co-create with our partner, the municipality of Penella, in order to bring this solution, wrapping it as a living lab. So it's a co-creation because Penella asked IPN. IPN is affiliated with the University of Coimbra as a business incubator. We brought laboratories, we brought entrepreneurs, trying to see how they could find out solutions to address these challenges. And in fact, as a result of this project, we became part of the European Network of Living Labs. I believe we were the first living lab that is specifically rural. So perhaps in the meanwhile, other came with this specialization, but the Smart Rural Living Lab was the first one as part of the European Network of Living Labs that was based on a rural territory and trying to address rural challenges. So with the project, we were able to try to find solutions for the challenges of the territory. One related to the aging and to losing population was the fact that in several small villages with in the territory, there are not many people. In fact, there is one village, Polentinhos, that at the time in 2016 had only 1 inhabitant. So, and this was a retired person, and it was very difficult to, in terms of logistics, to bring him meal from the social services every day. And one of the projects that was launched by a startup which is Connector Robotics was to deliver the meal with a drone. So nowadays drones are everywhere, but if you look back at 2016, it was quite surprising to see, and it was filmed, it was on TV live, and everyone were very scared if it would work, if the drone would bring the meal, how would the old person react. And it was funny because it was working, and the old person, the old man that received the meal was quite comfortable with it. Of course, this could not move forward because at least not for meals, because these old people are alone, and perhaps the only time of the day that they are able to be with someone is when someone brings them their meals. But this was just a way to show to showcase that you could use technology to address some kind of issues. Perhaps you could now bring him not meals because he enjoys being with people, but I know medicine or something else that could be needed in a quick way, and the drone could be the best way to do it. Another project has to do with this local product, which is the Rabassal cheese. So this is a cheese that belongs to a protected designation of origin, a PDO. And for those who know food and know this PDO, you know that in order for the cheese to be PDO, you need to have milk from the region. In order to have milk from the region, you have to have sheep and goats that are there. And in order to have sheep and goats there, you need to have something that's a kind of a old-fashioned profession that is becoming less and less common, which is shepherds. So how can we bring to this activity of being a shepherd a new twist, trying to become more sexy in order to attract new shepherds? So, and this challenge was addressed by a laboratory from IPN, from automation, and we came up with a twist from a game that was being played at the time, Farmville in Facebook. I don't know, perhaps some of you already played it. Honestly, in my case, I never played the game. I'm not very interested in these games, but the idea was to change it and to bring it in, to adapt the idea or the concept of Farmville into the new project, which was Farm Real. So you could become a shepherd yourself. You could adopt a goat or a sheep, and this animal was being monitored by the technology that was developed on our laboratory. So the sheep had hardware to know where they were, how would they interact with other sheep, and then they would measure how much milk you produce. And once you adopt, this is a kind of a gamification of being a shepherd. And once you adopt the animal, you will be playing. So you will be betting on an animal, and the nicest animal will earn extra points. Of course, the animal which will produce more milk will be the winner. Hopefully, you will be able to visit, because you are in a large city like Lisbon or Porto or even Coimbra. You'll be able to visit and to buy some cheese with special prizes. And again, this was another solution that was trying to cope with the challenge about the activity of being a shepherd in this low-density countryside region. But let me come back to these challenges that I was showing you a while. And of course, everyone understands that the most difficult issue to address is population aging and loss. And there are many ways you could address it. Of course, you could, I don't know, build new houses and have special prices for young couples to be moving to Panela. But in the case of the municipality of Panela, and with the partnership with IPN, we decided that, in fact, having a business incubator and innovation space that would attract entrepreneurs would be one of the best ways to try to face population loss. So, as I mentioned before, the building was built the innovation space was built in 2016. Later on, we doubled the space with a new phase. So this is a regular business incubator, although it's quite surprising because many people visit us and they are in a countryside, and suddenly they enter the building and they are surprised with the facilities and the things going on with the entrepreneurs and so forth and so on. So it's quite a surprising, so overwhelming, if you want, to see in a rural area such an innovation space. And again, this is possible because the municipality realized that they would need to bring knowledge with IPN in order to run, to manage, to attract entrepreneurs. And this is the main objective of YES. And I know it's a lot of words, but I think it's worthwhile because Panela was aiming at the time to become innovative, creative, and entrepreneurial as a territory. They wanted to attract and retain, very important, because sometimes you can attract, but you cannot retain people. Okay, they stay there for 1 year. This is happens very often with, for instance, with nomads, with digital nomads, and this is some of them are there, of course, but it's difficult to gain roots in the territory, and that's what we wanted them to gain roots in the territory. Of course, people with high levels of qualifications, but not only bringing new people, but having the conditions for the locals also to remain there and train them to be entrepreneurs, of course. So this is not a regular incubator. We have a smart rural, smart specialization strategy. So all over Europe, people were talking about smart cities, but Panela wanted to be different again. And so we have a smart rural specialization strategy along these industries that are endogenous to the territory. We are putting in practice the incubation model from IPN. So although we want to attract as many entrepreneurs as possible, we want to do it in a way that selects the ones that are most committed to becoming entrepreneurs and have the best projects and ideas. So we have a business application process that takes online. You can go to the website and do the application, which is evaluated. Once you have a go, you can start your virtual incubation. So it's a virtual start incubation, which means that you are not yet physical incubating. And in this stage, you are asked to do the business plan, which is very important. Of course, a business plan is a document that is not very, so it doesn't last very long. So after 1 week, it's not updated anymore. We know we are aware of that, but it's important for entrepreneurs to show their commitment by having this document, this business plan. And once they deliver the business plan and we validate everything that makes sense, we help entrepreneurs. And believe me, I know that because I founded 6 companies, and I wished that someone in some of them would tell me, please don't go that way because you're going to crash. And once the business plan is validated, you are able then to enter the physical incubation program and to host your company there at IESE. So the other 2 incubators, which as I mentioned, Smarts and Media Habitat, we, of course, the Fab Lab, and many of you know how these digital fabrication laboratories are, and their hardware, the basic hardware. So let me move on. We'll also, within the Fab Lab, the hackerspace for the community and for entrepreneurs as well. So because I'm not as of April this year, I'm not the executive director of IESE, and because my good friend and colleague and the current executive director is on maternal leave, and that's why she could not be presenting herself this project. I don't have the updated information, but I believe that this is more or less the ecosystem that is now based at our incubators. So around 40 startups, companies, and we've supported around 90 entrepreneurial projects and startups since 2017. Almost half of them, or more than half of them are in fact new startups. So they were incorporated under our model, incubating model. So this is very interesting because, again, we wanted to bring entrepreneurs. That was what we were asked from the municipality. And let me give you some insights, some numbers, some KPIs on what our startups are doing since 2017. So we are increasing the number of the startups. In 2023, there were so these numbers, the ones that I gave you in the earlier slide, are from 2025 more or less, but in 2023 we have around 36 startups incubating, and formally incubated there were 14. So we are growing in numbers. Employees, so these, startups, it's and ourselves, yes, we are kind of a startup, so you can only get the impact of these numbers later on. But again, it's very surprising that within this project we were able to support startups that themselves created 120 jobs, and in a low density territory of about 5,400 inhabitants. And please bear in mind that we are talking about highly trained entrepreneurs, PhDs, okay, engineers, scientists, many of them. Some numbers that are tricky to assess, which is turnover. Again, this is very early startups, most of them with less than 5 years. So the turnover of all of them and in 2023 was a little bit lower than 6 million euros, okay? But these numbers are not complete. So all these numbers that I'm showing you don't come from surveys that we do to startups, because we don't trust the surveys. We get them from the tax office. So this every year the companies must present their simplified business information, and we collected this information directly from the tax office. So this is official data in terms of turnover. So there was a peak in 2021 because one of our companies was the first one to sell the COVID diagnostics kits in Portugal. So they were very successful. Sometimes unlucky things for one people is very good things for others, and for entrepreneurs in this case. So this is the peak in 2021, but we can see, in spite of this peak, the trend that of increasing the turnover. And I believe that 2024, as soon as we have the data, is going to be a very surprising year. But the most important graphic that I'm sharing with you is the one in the right. So we know that low density territories are very less competitive than urban areas. We know that many people believe that entrepreneurial activities are consuming a lot of money. But we show from tax office data that our business incubator is a net wealth creation. So our startups pay 5 times more taxes than subsidies they receive. So this is something that makes us very proud, of course. And this last slide that as the recognition of what we've been doing alongside with Barcelona and the West Pomerania region in Poland. We were distinguished as the European entrepreneurial region. So Panela, small village, countryside of Portugal, alongside with Barcelona and the entire region of West Pomerania and Poland. So let me read what the Commission stated about our application and why we were distinguished. Awarded for this ambitious and inspiring vision and objective to become a living laboratory, a concept with a smart and rural specialization based on a plan that aims at implementing innovation, competitiveness, and entrepreneurship. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. I believe for closing the time, I was asked to be talking until 12:30. That's what I managed to do. And if there is time for questions, I will be glad to address them.
Joaquin, impressive. I didn't know how impressive it was, but the numbers are clearly there, and you're quite right. The tax office doesn't lie. So I'll open up the floor.
Everyone is hungry. No time for
No, well, it's not that. It's that there's stairs at the end. The room is very big, and it's long.
Ricardo.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, George.
I don't know how to raise my hand here in the Zoom, but
no, but you did just right, and then we'll. Yeah. wait a second. Wait a second.
Hi, Joaquin. Okay. Impressive of all your work. I am. And Catherine, and I would like to know more about the project related with the smart artists and the creative industries based on in your country. And I would like, you mentioned it before, 40 startups. And do you know what is the number of the music tech startups in your area in Portugal? Thank you.
Yes. Shall I answer now to the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or I wait for Jorge's...
well, yeah, we can... Yeah, Jorge, let's go. Let's have the two questions then.
Thank you, Joaquin, for the presentation. So, as being from UC, and I saw this project from the beginning, it was really very successful. But I'm sorry I didn't heard the beginning of the presentation because I was receiving here something on the mail I had to sign. But I don't know if you emphasize also the importance of the municipality support. It was really impressive, really at the beginning. And I'm not talking about construction, buildings, and things that they really invest in soft skills, in manpower, and in the conditions for this to happen. And of course, it was a good triangle between IPN, the university, and the municipality. But I think also the vision of municipality and the mayors are very important on the development of these kind of projects. And I think it's impressive. And congratulations, Joaquin, for the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, but then back to the question here in the room. How do we compare the 40 that we have in Panela with the ones that showed up in Portugal overall? And you know, they're quite impressive. Do you know the numbers and the one specifics for creative arts and music?
I don't. I was just going to tell Catherine that, in fact, we don't have one specific. So we have at Smarts a company that has technology for lightning concerts. Okay, so to make it more sustainable, the technology that they use for lighting the stage on the concerts. It's the only thing that relates with music. So I don't have any numbers for relating creative. We are talking about craftsmanship. So people that are bringing, for instance, solutions to use blockchain to be able to trace to the final consumer where the wool was produced, then who was the craft person that made the scarf. Okay, so they use blockchain to track all this supply chain. So this is, of course, a very small business incubator. It has only 5 spaces, so it's very and as you imagine, we are more challenged by the tech-based entrepreneurs than from these. So we have our doors always open, so we cannot be calling and talking with all the entrepreneurs, trying to reach out to them every time. So we talk only to the ones that reach out to us. Okay, so the interaction with this smart spatialization that has to do with arts is less strong. Okay, but still we are working with them, and they have been chosen and selected to be there according to the innovation of their project. Regarding George's comment, if I have only 30 seconds, of course, it all began with this 2006 Municipality Innovation Competitiveness and Innovation Director Plan from the mayor at the time. So this was his vision, this was his strategy. He had several projects in order to put his strategy, because it was not only a strategic document that stayed in the shelves, so it was put in practice. So building the incubators was not something that he reminds as he would be doing with soccer, football, or whatever. So it's part of the strategy. We are, and in that strategy in 2006 was already the name of IPN and the University of Coimbra to partner as a living lab to bring this strategy into life.
Thank you so much, Joaquin. Wonderful, and it's really a pity that you cannot come, but another days and other things will come, and especially on territory, I'm sure that we'll have a lot to do together.
Right.
Okay, so without further ado, we have Patricia, the next speaker. So Patricia is going to she's a member of the WP9 board of EC2U. So actually, our representative in YASH, the university, and she is very interested in entrepreneurship, and she's going to talk about the experiences at YASHI. Patricia, finally I managed to say it correctly, right? So we'll put it, maybe you'll tell me later. So let's go on, let's see, because then we'll have it's you between us and lunch. So well, good luck. You're sharing, no?
Can we begin?
Just breathe.
Have you ever felt your entire world shatter in an instant? Not from a storm, nor from a catastrophe, but from a few simple words spoken by one person, the one who mattered most, like they reached inside you, fingers curling around your heart, not ripping it out, no, No, that would be mercy. But instead, they carve at it, slow, deliberate, word by word, each syllable slicing deeper and deeper until you're left raw, just exposed. And you just stand there, bleeding, silent, praying they'll stop. But they just don't.
That's impressive. Yes, I think we found is perfect for the role.
Yeah, let's lock him in.
Did I mess up that one line? No, I did not. I know I didn't. But what if I did? Everyone said it was great. They smiled. I saw them even clapping. Just why do I feel empty? What if that was it? What if that's the best I'll ever be? And even that isn't enough. Have you ever felt your entire world shattered in an instant?
Honestly, man, bringing such a real personal experience to life through acting is impressive.
It really shows great talent. It's hard to act as a past version of you once you reach success.
I told you to stop dreaming. Don't you realize? Wasting time, wasting money, and for what? God, you're so disappointing.
Disappointing, I know. And at that moment, I felt like
Disappointing.
And in that moment, I felt
Disappointing.
And in that moment, I felt like
Disappointing.
Do you want to know what's truly disappointing about? It's you. Dreaming of a life you are well capable of living, but you just do nothing to make it happen. always been you, making others feel small as if they're the problem for why you did not move? While the real issue is you're just doing it to make yourself feel better. And that's what's truly disappointing. Now it's your turn. Get out there, damn it. Show yourself. Just breathe. Now it's your turn. Get out there, damn it. Show yourself. Just breathe.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, can you pass on to Zoom? A second. Just a second, Patricia. Yep, let's go and share Zoom. Lights in the room and.
This wasn't intended for. Oh, but maybe you cannot hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, and now we'll just put you on screen. You can share your screen.
I already did. It doesn't work.
Yeah, well, we will get it. Yeah.
PowerPoint. This one. Yeah, should work. Does it work?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
I can also see myself on the big screen. Okay, thank you very much. So, hello everyone. Actually, I kind of envy you because you were in a room which was perfect to see the short movie. The short movie, which was intended to be somewhere in the middle of the presentation, I wanted to make an introduction to it, but I think maybe it was better this way because it was the element of surprise. And also probably a different type of presentation than the others before. So the introduction was that basically what you saw, it's a short movie which is called Breathe, and which was developed by my students in Yash under the name of Cinema Lab, which basically you can consider being a pilot of a living lab, a simulation of a living lab, being like only a project that I developed myself with my students inside a subject of a business project. And this cinema lab was basically developed by me as a way to introduce students to entrepreneurship. Going further, Cinema Lab is a startup in the movie industry, which was created by third-year students in business administration in our university, students that I work with. So I coordinated the project, and well, some things about me. This was,
a small introduction and why I do the things I do. So I teach entrepreneurial thinking, I teach creative thinking, business projects, and marketing. I'm also an entrepreneur, and in 2019, I basically started creating the first projects that got together academia with the business environment. So in 2019, Tech Ideas by InfoX students was the first tech bootcamp that was organized in our university. In 2021, I launched the university first and only creative business lab. And since 2022, I've been managing the Entrepreneurial Society for Students, basically helping bring the community around learning and, collaborating in the spirit of entrepreneurship. Cinema Lab is basically a company which was founded by students, simulated, yeah, in their last year of the bachelor program. 25 students divided into 6 departments with positions exactly like in a company. They signed working contracts. They negotiated their wages with the HR department. They signed, everything that was like holidays, medical leave. Everything was structured like in a company. Purpose of the startup was to create a product. In this case, the product was a movie, Breathe, a movie that they chose in terms of the theme, in terms of the duration and everything. So they developed the theme of the movie. So they chose mental health struggles for young adults. As you probably saw in the movie, the story is about a young student trying to, follow his passion and have a career in the movie industry, despite the fact that his family does not support him. I have to mention the fact that everyone that you saw in the movie are basically the students. The students were also actors, they were directors, they were editors, and everything was done by them. And I consider this to be a living lab because basically it was real life experimentation. So they co-created, they tested basically how to have a company which produces movies, and they produced a movie which was not only produced, but it was also launched in a big event in our biggest room in the university, in Aula Magna. So a few things like details. As I said, the topic was chosen by them. We had an audience of students, parents, and professors that registered for the premiere of the movie, more than 400 people. And we had a very, very active marketing department of the startup, which actually used social media to promote this event. And we had basically also partners from the business industry. We had one of the largest advertising companies in Yash, which promoted all over the city this premiere of the movie so as to attract participants to the event. The fact that, so it was multidisciplinary also because it was this mixture of business subjects like marketing, PR, HR, finance, because they were business students and they were basically choosing their spot in the startup as their future career option. So basically they had the opportunity to practice what it means to be a social media manager, or they had the opportunity to practice what it means to be an accounting manager. Yeah, and they did that over the course of 1 semester. We had an external mentor, so I brought in a mentor who's a passionate student in film. Basically, he's a computer science student, but he's really passionate about film. So, and he's studying in Eindhoven, so in the Netherlands. And he was the mentor for the startup. And in the premiere, we brought a panel of psychologists and HR specialists to discuss this issue of mental health among young adults and the issue of career choice and basically the weight that's on the shoulder of these young adults in choosing their career. It was real world setting, it was infrastructure, we had a budget, they went and got fundraising, they negotiated the place, the room, everything. They had to discuss with suppliers. We also had the catering part that they also needed to negotiate and pay for. So it was like, you know, a real setup, yeah, real things happening. And yeah, they basically developed a product. We had, of course, pre-screening. Basically I've mentored them. I didn't interfere in their work. Yeah, it was their opportunity to see that what they can work in the university under this kind of a living lab situation, it can become a product with value on the market, can have an influence on the society. Oh, this is the poster of the event. Everything that was in terms of graphics, everything that was in terms of communication, everything was done by their marketing department. This is Amir. He is the main character. He comes from the Emirates and he's been studying in Romania for the last 3 years, and he has never done acting before. It was his first experience. Why does this matter for entrepreneurship learning, and why did I choose to create this kind of lab environment for them to experience entrepreneurship? It's because they have in this way the opportunity to see how theory turns into real action. And they have this freedom of practicing it. Yeah, they have this freedom of exploring their careers and the choices they made. It was their personal choices. Yeah, and it was basically a safe space to fail, if we can talk about failure also. Yeah, because in the end it was just a school project, but it was a school project that went really well and had a real impact. So a little bit about, introducing this, applying actually the Lean Startup methodology. So they started from the problem, thought about the solution, thought about a unique value proposition, and also set up different key metrics. The number of people participating in the premiere was not just the only key metric. Also, they had a lot of interactions in terms of marketing campaigns inside the university and outside the university. This is a little bit of what are the skills that are practiced, yeah, created in inside the lab for the different departments. I think one of the best things that happened for them was that they had this opportunity of developing teamwork and communication, which was basically the most important, let's say, key success factors in the project. Also, the fact that they chose to go with mental health actually had this social impact and sustainability layer, yeah, with the SDGs of good health and well-being. And the fact that we chose art as another way of promoting and transmitting a message which has a great importance to society. Definitely they had, a better understanding of what entrepreneurship means, because this was a real company. This was promoted as a real company. Everyone in the university knew about it, and also companies outside that were our sponsors. People created inside the startup. The students started creating their LinkedIn profiles. They started acting like they're part of the startup with the role inside the startup. They interacted with companies asking, for funds, negotiating contracts. So they had experience outside the university with people that they never knew. Also, inviting the psychologist, creating the panel, thinking of how to mix up the panel. At one moment, they had more guests that confirmed for the panel that they could manage, in terms of the structure of the program. So I think this, if we can consider this a way of teaching entrepreneurship, this can be replicated. And it can be replicated with startups in different domains, from music to gaming, social enterprises. One thing that I didn't have time to do, because this is like in just one semester, to have this, extra partners in terms of incubators, maybe to see this, the startup go through. And also for the future, I think like to have cross-faculty mentorship can be an extra. And also, further on, for instance, I would be very interested to have this employability metrics and to see if the students who were involved in the lab, they actually pursued careers which are close to what they had as a position inside the startup. I think as key takeaways, the Cinema Lab makes entrepreneurship tangible. I think adding creativity and business together creates a very powerful setup. It turned the classwork into an innovation ecosystem. It was something very new, not only for them, it was very new for the whole university, and I could also say probably for Yash. The model is indeed scalable and it can be sustainable among universities who actually want to develop with students this kind of projects that can have impact in the real world. So a little bit of the behind the scenes, who made it possible. So the people who are involved, this is part of the startup team. This is the event team. This is our mentor. As I said, basically he's like younger than his, colleagues, but being passionate about film and having done film since he was 12 years old, he was suitable for being a mentor. This is the discussion panel on mental health. We had psychologists from the university, basically psychologists from the university who are involved in career consulting for students, and they came and discussed the movie. These are the companies who were involved. They provided either space for us to film, either coffee, either advertising, free advertising across the city. And these are some photos from our event. And this is the link to the website where you can find more information. Thank you. I think I'm almost on time.
Patricia, fantastic. And actually the video came out perfectly well and made an effect. So you couldn't have done it better. So I actually, while I was listening to you, I was thinking, more than the students have pursued something that they worked as, how do they, because this is actually a learning working environment, and how well do they do a long time with this experience of being, in a safe learning space to learn how to work and then go on to the labor market if later on, 5 years on, they're more successful than others that don't have that experience. And you can measure, successfulness in your job in many different ways. But actually, I think this would be a really great measure for something which is really fits as a living lab and as an experience, which is really good to share. And so thank you for sharing that. And I'll open up to the floor to see who else wants to which is not that angry and is going to make a question to Patricia. And sorry that you missed the food here. You have to come anyway, yeah?
Yeah, I promise I come.
No? So, Patricia, it was wonderful, but I think people are really,
hungry. Yes.
Right. Okay. So we'll close session for now. Maybe I missed something. Do I have people here on the questions? No, I'm checking all the. Yeah. So thank you very much, Patricia, and let's keep in touch and maybe see each other in the afternoon in a bit. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye. See you later.
Bye. Have a nice lunch.
Just a practical reminder for those who are online and you that are on site. Tomorrow we are back at 9 o'clock at the same building, same venue, same room. So we will be finishing this activity.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. Let's have lunch.
Shooting.